the endeavor to go through the Limers team. The Limers team for this final is led by Keith Seal. He has his vice captain in Victor Patrick. You also have Michael Agard, Adrian Braffett, Curtis Innes, Ken Mears, Dave Eswit, Vibert Green, Winston Giddens, and Derwin Thompson. Actually, and Gregory Allen making his appearance in today's final. He makes up the 11 for the Limers.
Well, all set and ready to go again for the third over of the innings. Vibert Green to continue. Passes umpire Cullymore. And gets this delivery down the leg side. I'm not sure if it flicked the pad on its way down. No, says umpire Cullymore. He signals wide. And wicketkeeper Agard unable to get a hand onto it. 4 welcome runs to the veterans as Green straying down the leg side. 4 more to the extras. They go up to 7. Outside the off stump, stroke to a square, straight up to Vincent Gittins. It is there. That's Oye.
It's Braffett, really.
Oye Braffett. They're at looking like a point position, point cover, extra cover, mid-off, all inside the circle. As Green is on the stumps, whipped away, past the umpire at square leg and into the boundary for 4. Lovely shot by LaFawn. Green getting it a bit too straight and a bit too full. And LaFawn Bates, in fact, taking full advantage.
As I said, a pleasant good afternoon to everyone joining the live stream. We're now going live. We said Flash Drive Media and DK Media bring this coverage live from the Woodburn and capitalizing on what was a ball badly aligned by Vibert Green.
Bates is up to 13. The total is 24 for 1 and over number 3. And this time, the gentler side of Ron Bates, just delicately placing the ball into the outside and picking up an easy single.
Let's get a rotation of the strike after the boundary, just picking up a single, bring LaFawn bats into strike. But yes.
Just to inform those on the stream that the veterans won the toss and elected to bat as a full delivery, taken off the bottom of the bat. Thompson at short mid-wicket can't stop the single.
Again, excellent running there by LaFawn. Like I said, he's one who runs very well in the middle there. So just getting back onto that ball. Good response from his non-striker Bates and picking up yet another easy single.
So this is the grand final. Defending champions, veterans versus Bates is again in the air. Agard is coming around and doesn't take the catch. Chance to run Bates.
The keeper, he'd be very disappointed not holding on to that one, trying to essay a sweep. Ron Bates getting the top edge, and Michael Agard just running around from behind the stumps and couldn't hold on to that one win.
Well, you said he couldn't hold on to it, but you've got to get to it, get your gloves to it before you can hold on. And he never got a glove onto that one, catching an ear there, Michael Agard. As this delivery is again right into the block hole, into the toes of the batsman LaFawn, watching the ball onto the bat, working it up the mid-wicket. The end of what was a fairly eventful third over from the Limers. The Limers, last year's losing finalists. And I think the history of the competition will show that they are one of the previous winners, doesn't it?
That's correct. It's the only other winner, really, in this tournament outside of the veterans. So, again, coming up to meet each other in the back-to-back finals, so to speak. I can tell you 2 notable absentees from this veterans team for this event. Anthony Morris, the regular cap.
We'll get back to that, but this is Kirk's time. So 27 for 1 after 4 overs. Ron Bates will be taking up duties behind the wicket, and it will be Ken Mears to bowl his bustling right arm medium pace from the southern end.
It's a tactic that we've seen used throughout this tournament. Once Derwin Thompson is not doing his bowling, he's entrusted to take over the gloves. As you see him does that after just 1 over. Really, it's Ken Mears who's now going to pick up the attack from the southern end or the road in.
So the field finally settled, and Mears to continue. To Bates, who's off the back foot, looking to force this one through the outside, looking to go square on the outside ball pitch. A bit too close for him to the shot. Risky shot, I thought. As Thompson standing up to the wicket. On the legs, gone, aerial. Man comes in, it looks like Aline, it is on the deep mid wicket. Boundary takes the catch. Bates is gone.
Well, that's a big wicket in this contest, and placing that man at the deep mid wicket in Gregory Phuket Aline, taking a catch comfortably there in the end. So Mears comes into the attack and pick up success immediately. So Agard, the captain, Pedro Agard, makes his way into the middle. We said veterans, defending champions, now losing their second wicket, that of Ron Bates, very explosive batsman. So the Limers have got off to an excellent start, really, after being asked to field Captain Keith Seal. He'll be happy to see the position that he found himself in. 2 early wickets to his team. The dangerous Ron Bates and Alan Young. But it brings Pedro Agard, the captain in today's final, into the middle.
Well, Bates comes back, caught by Aline, bowled by Mears for 15. It's 27 for 2 after 3 overs and 2 balls. And the informed Pedro Agard in the middle, and with the responsibility of captaincy today.
Nothing new to Pedro, really.
And he gets a sighter, gets one starting outside off and continuing on its trajectory through to the keeper, just watches it into the gloves of the keeper. Thompson, Agard himself, a wicket keeper, is backing across his wicket. Well lined up delivery there by Mears, who must be quite chirpy, having picked up a wicket so early in his spell. Remains 27 for 2. As this one is full, and Agard drives, diving effort by the man in at cover. Doesn't get a hand on it. The ball racing away to the square cover boundary for 4. Excellent shot by Pedro Agard, full of length and with a bit of width.
Yeah, it's full and wide and getting the full treatment from Pedro Agard. Again, just straying too much there on the outside with Ken Mears. Remember, he's still very much in the power play, and he doesn't have that protection. There's 2 men outside the 30-yard circle, or a deep mid-wicket and a low on. So once he beats the infield here on the offside, a boundary was destined.
So Agard gets going with a boundary. Some camera technical matters being sorted out. As again is outside the off stump, Agard is off the back foot. Good tumbling effort there by Innocent the covers. I think that could be fairly painful because One detected that he was in some discomfort when he dove to the left to the previous delivery. This time he's having to go to the right, and we see him beginning to show a limp signs of last Sunday. But in the meantime, we've come to the end of the fourth over, and the veterans winning the toss and batting 32-2. So it will be Agard on strike, Agard on 5. LaFond not had a strike for a bit. He's also on 5. And Vibert Green continues coming off the outer half of the bat. Gone behind point. The batsman settled quite early for a single.
Just saw Agard using his feet to that delivery there. Wayne just trying to advance down to Vibert Green, trying to cut down some of his swing.
Yeah, Green with his 2 boundary riders at deep mid-wicket and long on is into LaFond, and this time he's looking to work a delivery down the leg side. Nice neat take by keeper Thompson. Actually removes the bills, but LaFond well grounded. In the meantime, a wide is the signal from the umpire. So one more to the extras and one more to the veterans. They go to 34-2. Green again in number 10. Outside the yard, Sambi's gone down the ground, wide of the long on fielder. It's also in the gap between the long on and the deep mid wicket. LaFond picks up another boundary.
A fantastic shot for LaFond again, this time in the hitting art of LaFond, using that in swing to his advantage and hitting with a swing and hitting it past that man at mid-on, Lawan, really in between Lawan and mid-wicket and into the boundary for 4.
Well, almost predictable, one could say, with Vibert Green, with this strong breeze assisting the in-swing. And LaFond, very familiar with Vibert Green and what he has to offer, and seems to be really enjoying playing into the onside. He's up to 9 and the total up to 38-2. So here comes Green again. And LaFond is getting a delivery. This time starting outside off and coming back into towards that off stump.
What was different is that the length wasn't as full as well, Wayne, so he was in a better position, Vibert Green, to decide that he wanted to pull his length back a bit.
Yeah, dictate to the batsman who settles it once again. And on the off stump it is from Green, pushed up to long on. Dave Eswick comes in and keeps the scoring down to 1. As we say, a very good afternoon to the listeners to VOB 92.9 Weekend Sports Show. To say that myself, Wayne Holder, I'm joined by Andy Payne. And a good afternoon to each and every one, including yourself there, Andy Akili. Outside the all-stump, hit away into the covers. Some footwork tried there by Victor Patrick. Unsuccessful, but not costing his team anything. It was always going to be one. We can tell you that the veterans, the defending champions here in the AMAAS Masters over 50s T20 competition, won the toss and elected to bat in today's final versus their arch rivals, Limers, whom they defeated in last year's final. And the veterans, after 4.5 overs, are 40 for the loss of 2, with Pedro Agard captaining the team today on 7, and Dr. Jeffrey LaFond picking up another couple of runs to move to 12, move the total up to 42-2 at the end of the 5th over. And quickly let me tell you that the batsman dismissed. Well, first it was Alan Young bowled by Vibert Green for no score in the first over. And then we had Ron Bates caught at the deep mid-wicket boundary by Gregory Allen of Ken Mears is bowling for 15. And those two, the batsmen to go a wicket apiece to Vibert Green and to Ken Mears. The other bowler used Derwin Thompson, who bowled the one over from the southern end. So at 42 for 2, 1 over to go in the power play and the pain. And fairly even game up to this stage, would you suggest?
I suggest it's even, losing the 2 wickets. Remember, we're very much in the power play segment, and at 40 and after 5 overs, they would think they're in a good position. Remember, just 2 feeders outside the 30-yard circle. So the Limers, they would think that they're in a good position as the veterans, with 2 very experienced players there, Pedro Agard, who's in good form this season, and LaFawn. They'll be looking to put together a partnership.
Well, Mears is in to Agard, and Agard is tickling this one away behind square, and the fielder at backward square, that's Giddens, coming in, and the batsman trot through for a single. Quickly give you the teams for the match today, as Mears is again on the leg stump. Work pass, Vibert Green there at mid-wicket, and again the rotation of the strike, it goes up to 43 for 2. Ron Bates, Michael Matthews, Orion Bostic, Pedro Agard, the captain, Alan Young, Leon Lane, Winston Warren, Andrew Foster, Sean Hunt, Jeffrey LaFawn, Roger Phillips, and that makes up the 11 for the veterans, and for the Limers, it is Keith Seal, the captain. He is joined by Victor Patrick, his vice captain, driven down the ground by Agard. Chase for the man at long on, doesn't get around as straight can be. Pedro Agard, back in our boy days, Andy, we will refer to that as a belt pop.
A belt pop indeed, straight back past the bowler. Excellent timing by Pedro Agard on that occasion. Ken Mears guilty of overpitching, and Agard, like you said, in good form all season. He wasn't going to miss out.
It's 48 for 2, as Agard is driving, stroking it, well fielded by Seal there at extra cover. So it's Keith Seal, Victor Patrick, Michael Agard, Adrian Brathwaite, Curtis Ennis, Ken Mears, Dave Estwick, Vibert Green, Winston Gittins, Derwin Thompson, and Gregory Allen, making up that 11 for the Limers, as Agard picks up a single off the final delivery of the power play. So after 6 overs, the veterans 49 for 2. And we also got in our company for the entertainment and the pleasure of our spectators. Good afternoon, DJ Kurt. Yes, so Kurt, on the wheels of steel, keeping it, to use a popular term you get from Linden, the Boogeyman yard, you know, like Boogeyman talks about keeping it jiggy.
Definitely keeping it jiggy this afternoon will be DJ Kurt. I'll tell you, the spectators are continuing to grow here. We're looking for a fantastic crowd to represent what's been an excellent tournament. Started some 6 weeks ago, and here we are in today's final.
Well, yes, we already have a good crowd on hand, and we expect it to grow as the afternoon continues. Brilliant weather, lovely sunshine, and you know, earlier today we started out with some rain around. There was a lot of cloud, but now that has been replaced by clear skies. Nice breezy afternoon here at the BNECL, the oil company, well, formerly the oil company, now the energy company, as Vibert Green with his second delivery into bowl to Agard, and he gets this one straight down the leg side, and Agard helps himself to a boundary down to the wide, the long leg position.
That's bread and butter to Pedro Agard. I've played a lot of cricket with him, and tell you, anything outside those legs, he will not fail not to score on. So Vibert Green guilty of going a bit wide outside the legs, and Agard continues to do what he does best, hitting those to the boundary.
Brings up the 50 for the veterans of 41 deliveries, some 8 boundaries in that total. So Green in what will be his final over. into ball to Agard, and this time he's outside the off stump, wide outside the off stump too, and Agard just ignoring it, and umpire Earl Collymore turning towards the scores and signaling a wide. So it's 54 for 2, Agard on 17. And gets another wide delivery. This time he goes after it, doesn't make contact. The result, another wide. So already looking like a fairly lengthy over here from a vibrant green. Adding to the tally of the veterans, green is in. And was a delivery full outside the off stump. Seal tries to stop it with the foot. And I think just diverts it down to the man at the cover. Remember now, after the power play, the restrictions lifted, so some 5 fielders allowed outside of the circle. As green is in again to bowl 2. The Farnham bowls him. This time again, starting it outside the off stump, the ball swinging in towards the off stump. And LaFawn opening up the gate and Green barging through. He gets his second wicket. The second batsman dismissed ball. The veterans are 56 for 3.
56 for 3, and LaFawn has to make his way back to the there by Vibrant Green, like you rightfully said, opening his man and getting through that gate. You saw him leg side ball to start the over, just then trying to compensate outside the off stump on this occasion into the perfect length delivery line, and losing the stumps there was LaFawn. So they're losing the third wicket of the total of 56 at the veterans.
Well, yes, and the veterans going around at a fairly decent rate of scoring. They have brought up 56 in 6.4 overs, but losing wickets at regular intervals. But a very powerful lineup, batting lineup, the veterans, I think that is one of their major strengths. They have been able to set high scores, demanding targets for the opposition. And with Orient Bostic, the next batter coming to the middle, still no need to feel that they're in any particular danger.
None whatsoever. I mean, like you said, they have a heavy batting lineup. What's missing, though, is the tournament's leading run scorer and the captain, Brian Johnson, who's not in this 11 for today's win. So they might think that they're missing quite a few runs there, but they still got a formidable batting lineup.
Well, yes, I was going to ask you about that. If the veterans will be weakened in any way, we noticed that there is no Brian Johnson, who has been the leading batsman, I believe, in the entire tournament. And then Anthony Morris, he's very clever. A variety of off-spin is also missing. Bostic gets the delivery down the leg side, looks to flick it away. Derwin Thompson doesn't take cleanly. Might have been a semblance of an opportunity for a stumping.
Maybe
so wide has been the call, yes, but the delivery down the leg side and the Bostic overbalanced. Toss won by the veterans and immediately opting to bat. And of course, umpires Ezra Marshall and Earl Collymore, my very good friend and my accomplice partner in Kamisha, the statistician, scorer for the tournament, strong supporter with the BNECL teams in the domestic competition, where she also does the scoring. In the meantime, it looks like we are going to have a change of bowling at the far end. Winston Cam Gittins comes in to the attack to bowl the 8th over, bowling some clever, slowish medium pace. And he will be bowling to Orient Bostic. Bostic on the back foot, pushes it into the covers, and the swiftly moving Keith Seal, one of the smoother, better movers in the entire competition, and he has patrolled that extra cover area expertly throughout the length of this competition.
He has, and he's led his team pretty good, like you said, coming off of 2 fantastic wins over the last weekend to get his team into this final. He finds himself in that position throughout win, and like you said, he moves pretty swift.
Room to get his hands through it, and it goes first bouncing to the boundary for 4.
So, like you said, Pedro Aguirre, he be happy on this occasion. Not much pace. Doesn't get in, like you rightfully said, a ball outside the off stump, and Aguirre was able to get all his levers through that one and hit it over that cold corner area, area which he's known and hit it over that cold corner area, area which he's known to hit quite a few. So Cam Gittins needs to come a bit better.
He's already 22. Pedro Aguirre gets a short delivery, punched away square, nice generous bounce to Dave Estwick there at point. No run, but it is almost predictable, Andy, having been struck. Predictable landing, having been struck up to the boundary that Gittins will pull his length back delivery. Here he is, a flatter trajectory, and getting a bit guard, looking once again to go powerfully to the onside, gets it off the bottom inside half of the bat, and only gets one. It goes up to 64 for 3.
Like you said, it's an area that he will get a lot of scoring, but this time getting Aguirre couldn't get onto that one and just able to hit it out to deep, where Aline, he's doing some good work in that region.
In comes Gittins, and this delivery is a whitish outside the off stump. Bostic looking to give himself some room, pushes himself further away from the line of delivery, unable to get a touch. And the ball is through to the keeper Thompson to bring us to the end of over number 8. And veterans after 8, a 64 for 3.
Inform you what keep this competition going. If you can give me a minute, DJ Kurt, I can tell you the sponsors here are Automotive Care, they're on Green Hill. We also have Jalan's Creations, Ricky's Driving School, Jameson from Massey Distribution, Bubba's Sports Bar, they're on Hastings Main Road, Terry's Food Truck. We also have Buffy's Mini Mart and Bar on Inch Marlow, Kermit's Bar, Body Bliss Zone, Barb Inc., Keep in Touch Inc., Premier World Cargo Inc., Barbados National Energy Company Limited, Rotoplastics Barbados Limited, Tamarin of the Islands, Inventory Management Solutions Inc., Williams Industry Inc., the National Sports Council, CEO Williams Construction Limited, and the AMAAS Sporting Services. They're all part of this tournament, making it happen. The sponsors?
Well, a very much, I think, earned assistance from the many sponsors for the organizers of the competition, the main coordinator, Anthony Morris, and his team at the AMAAS Sporting Services. We have a change of bowler from the north. It is going to be Victor Patrick to take over from a Vibert Green. Patrick, right arm over the wicket. He's bowling to Pedro Aguirre, and Aguirre is going through the onside, out to that man at the deep mid-wicket, Curtis Ennis. And a long one is the result. The return comes in from way out in the deep.
I'll tell you what, you put a boundary on the leg side for the Limers.
As the next delivery is pushed into the offside, no run. But yes, Andy, I would have played here many years ago, but you actually played this season. One of the observations I would have made, am I correct to say that the boundaries, the straighter boundaries, are a bit shorter than those on either side of the ground?
Yes, you'd be correct in saying that. Like you said, they're not just probably some 60 meters here for the long boundaries, but the mid-wicket and cover boundary a long way out. You got to really give it a thump. It's also what assists you here is the wind factor. So hitting from that, the southern end, you're going against the wind. So like you said, the straighter boundaries are easier targeted by the players.
Well, the matchup favors the right-handed batsman with Patrick in from the northern end, but he is keeping it outside that off stump, keeping it away from the hitting range of Pedro Aguirre, who forces it up to the deep cover area for a single. So yes, hitting with the wind, if batting from the southern end, the right-hander is going with the wind, which is Bostic at the moment, comes onto the front foot and drops it into the onside and quickly calls Aguirre through for a single. Notice I said quick.
Yeah, excellent perspective from you there, Win. But again, just trying to forge a partnership this period as over number 9 comes in, and when the veterans win the toss, led to the bat, there's some 68 for 3.
Yes, with Aguirre on 25, Bostic on 4, and just to bring any new listeners up to date, this is the final of the AMAAS Masters over 50s T20 competition. defending champions, veterans versus Limers in this final, with the veterans winning the toss and electing to bat in excellent cricket conditions. They have reached 68 for 3 after 9 overs, losing Ron Bates for 15, Alan Young for no score, and Jeffrey Lafond for 13. At the moment, Pedro Agard, captaining the team today in the absence of regular captain Brian Johnson, is on 25. And Orion Bostic on 4. Bostic facing up to Winston Gittins, gets a delivery on the leg stump, hits it up to mid-wicket where Ken Mears is posted, and the batsman can't get a single. In comes Gittins, and off the back foot, forcing it away. Nice stylish shot, pulling that left leg back outside the leg stump and giving himself room, opening up the offside and punching it out to deep cover. Nice picture there by Orion Bostic. Only the single.
Yes, this is good time for Gittins and also Patrick to come and try to get some cheap overs. And they know Orion Bostic, you need a little bit of time to get going. And if they can get together some dot deliveries or singles, the Limers will feel that they're doing a good job.
Gittins is outside the off stump, slapped down to deep cover. At least one can say Gittins very much bowling to his field. He's got that man at deep cover, and the long off. He's also got a man at short third, backward point, extra cover. Long on, as again, we see Bostic looking to make room. So good probing stuff here by Winston Gittins, keeping the scoring in check. There's also a man at deep backward square. As this time he's pitching up and driving, but straight to that almost impenetrable wall that is Keith Seal there at extra cover.
Yeah, doing excellent work. Like I said, just trying to bowl some deliveries at Boston. He's 5 off 12 deliveries, so they'll be happy to try to keep him on strike.
This time they're going to get a single because Boston cleverly just works this one wide of Ken Mears at mid-wicket and having enough time to come through for what is in fact an easy single. A single at the end of the 10th over, and the veterans winning the toss and the batting are 71 for the loss of 3 wickets. We've reached the halfway stage. Still slight advantage to anybody, Andy?
Well, I can say 10 overs, 71 for 3. The Limers, they would think that they're in a good position. Like you said, Pedro Aguirre, he's very much there. He's in form. Bostic, he said he's now batted some 6. He's on 6 off 13 deliveries, so they would think that they've done a good job. Just a scoring rate of 7.1 after 7.1 here after some 10 overs. The Limers, I think they might think that they've got their noses ahead a bit with 3 wickets now as well.
Well, just a quick look at some bowling figures. Vibert Green, 4 overs, 34 runs, 2 wickets. Derwin Thompson, 1 over for 11. Ken Mears, 1 wicket for 12 runs from 2 overs. Winston Gittins, 2 overs for 9. And Victor Patrick, so far, just the 1 over for 4 runs. It remains 71 for 3 at 10.
Yes, after 10, like we said, they're missing their captain and Brian Johnson. And I'll tell you, Johnson, the tournament leading run scorer, some 319 runs, but absent in today's final. Adrian Sprayer of the Legends, he's got 271 runs all told. Victor Patrick, who's in today's final, he's got 232 runs. Troy Toppin of the Challengers, 209. And Adrian Braffett, who's also in today's final. Adrian Braffett, some 186 runs. So I can tell you, Brian Johnson missing from this game. The tournament's leading run scorer up to this point with 319 runs, all told, an average of 79.7 and a strike rate of 131. I can also tell you Adrian Sprayer of the Legends, 271 runs, an average of 54.20. His tournament is all finished. Victor Patrick, who's in today's final of the Limers, 232 runs, an average of 58 and a strike rate of 125.4. Troy Toppin of the Challengers, he said he's very much 209 runs, tournament finish. And Adrian Braffett, who's in today's final as well, 186 runs, a strike rate of 130. Pedro Agard, who's very much there as well, said he's having a good season. 168 runs going into this game. Wayne and Andy can tell you, averaging 42 and striking at 152. So if he can continue in this vein for another 4 or 5 overs, I can tell you he would be the man really they will want to dismiss at this stage.
Well, yes, we're going to have a look at the leading bowlers at some point soon, Andy, as the players now getting back into position for the continuation of play after that strategic timeout, as we tend to call it. It used to be called a water break.
Strategic timeout.
But there's been so many names given to it. The refreshment break, the refreshment card, drinks, and now strategic timeout.
Well, strategically, I will hope, like you said, the players going about to resume. But the bowling, the leading tournament bowlers, Stephen Howell of the Piranhas, he's finished with 9 wickets. Victor Patrick, who's having a fantastic all-round season, he's on 8 wickets, and he'll be picking up the bowling here from the pavilion end to continue. Gittins, Cam Gittins, he's got 7 wickets. He's bowling from the southern end. Frank Skeet of the Legends, 7 wickets. And Anthony Morris missing in today's final. He's 6 wickets. The tournament's leading wicket takers.
Well, yes, and we must respect the efforts of Victor Patrick and Stephen Howell, 2 of the more outstanding all-round players in the tournament, featuring in both the batting and bowling top numbers. As Patrick picks it up again. Lovely breeze coming across the ground. As usual, beautiful picture from here in the pavilion at Woodburn, looking out onto the field. We're looking north to south, out towards the Grantley Adams International Airport, where we expect to see lots of activity as the Saturday afternoon continues. As this delivery is hit straight, 1 bounce, 4 runs, endangering the health of some of our visiting West Dragon spectators, as that one pitched up and Bostic getting the left leg down and going through the line of it, hitting it straight and picking up a boundary. To move into double figures now, Bostic, as this one is on the leg stump, looking to sweep it around, doesn't make contact there, is no run.
Yeah, his team will be happy with that comeback. Again, that previous delivery with an offer outside the off and pitched up, and Bostic was good enough to get through it. Remember, we said the straight boundaries are a bit shorter, and the batters tend to target those.
So 75 for 3 as Victor Patrick continues and brings Bostic onto the front foot. Bostic, not the adventurous type of player, more a builder of his, more an accumulator of his runs. Good technical player though.
Yeah, still good enough to be playing at the elite level presently as well, Wayne.
As he's going down the ground again, Estwick, Dave Estwick at long on, continues to do some good work. Fields cleanly, and Bostic moves up to 11. The total up to 76 for 3. As a Captain Seal has a word with his bowler, Victor Patrick. No change, but he has a slight change. We see Vibrant Green, who is deep at extra cover, being pushed around to more of a deep cover position. As Agard looking to make room, gets it straight. The fielder comes around from long off and does an excellent job, Gregory Allen, because that ball was just a matter of less than a meter from the rope, and he did good work moving around the boundary at long off and kept the scoring down to 2.
That's excellent work from Gregory Allen, like you rightfully said, running around to his right. So one of the younger over 50s really here, Wayne, and moving swiftly around to his right and putting a tumbling save really to prevent a boundary and just restricting the players to 1. But at the end of 11 overs as well, you see the veterans, they've moved on to 77 for 3. Captain Agard, he's on 26, and Boston, he's on 12.
Well, yes, at 77 for 3 after 11 overs. We've noticed a slight drop in the rate of scoring, though, but I believe in this, the middle part of the innings, the very experienced player of Agard and Bostic recognizing that they need to build a partnership and look to keep those wickets intact as we go down to the latter stages of the innings. So I don't think there'll be a lot of concern going around exactly 7 runs and over now. But having lost those 3 wickets is important, and that they do this little rebuild. Gittins continues, and ball stick onto the back foot. We'll get an easy single. Lots of space on that onside. The deep backward square, the deep mid wicket, and the long on. Just the one man in at mid wicket, not even saving one inside the circle, because he's now being pushed right back to the edge of that 30-yard circle. So basically, anything played into the onside is at least a run.
Yeah, they want to restrict the boundaries. So, like you said, the boundary riders low and far on that leg side boundary. You said they've got 3 of them. But remember, 5 players can be allowed outside the 30-yard circle in this segment. So they've got 3 boundary riders on the leg side.
Yes, and that is the advantage to the bowling side with the right-handed batter batting at the northern end with the wind, the factor out there in the debut. So anything hit in the air out on that onside by the right-handed batter is very much hitting into a fan.
Into the fan indeed. But this is good bowling from Gittins. Like you said, continues to bowl to his field. You saw him bowling that one back into the wicket again. Got protection on the offside on the sweeper in Innis. And all ball stick could do is hit that one down to the sweeper for 1.
Agard is looking to go over the top, gets it over the head of Seal at extra cover. And Innis from deep cover just throws in to pick up a ball that had already stopped rolling. The batsman quite early settling for the single. 81 for 3. Ball stick is opening up and driving powerfully, and it is fielded at long off by Adrian Brathwaite, Oye Brathwaite. Again, showing some signs of wear and tear. One of the factors of this competition, and as I mentioned last Sunday in the qualifier, the second qualifier, let's wait for Gittins to bowl this delivery, a good one. So wicket to wicket stuff here from Vincent Gittins into the pitch and keeping this pair quiet. And we've already finished the 12th over. It's 82 for 3, Andy. And I describe hamstring injuries as something of an occupational hazard in over 50s cricket. We've seen so many players pull up with these strains and pulls and overstretching of these subtle muscles.
The good thing is that you're still seeing them on the park, Wayne. Like I said, with all the injuries and all the aches and pains, these guys are still very much there. Some of them are still throwing their body on the line. As you see, Innis, a man who's carrying lots of injuries but still putting his body on the line. Also, you saw Aline, who's very much, he told me he's had to get an injection before this game. And again, you saw another player just throwing his body on the line to prevent every run for his team. Patrick, like you also said, coming off of an injury last week, he's very much strapped up. But here he is doing good work for his team as well.
Continuing all for the team. Victor Patrick into Orient Bostic. Bostic is getting a delivery, going with the angle down behind square, and brings Gittins a run of some 20 meters around to his right. Couple of runs, the result. Yes, a feature of the game. But first of all, to tell our listeners, over 50s cricket is cricket played at a slower pace.
The skills, as I suppose, pace, his own pace.
Nothing wrong with his skills. A number of these players still display excellent skills. You know, it is said you don't forget what you learn. It's like riding a bicycle. You might not be able to do some of the tricks and stunts that you did before, but you know how to balance.
Yeah, these guys are still very skillful, like you said. But it's just that pace factor about it. As you see Derwin Thompson sprinting, if you can call it that, from behind the stumps to prevent a 2. And that was probably at his fastest.
As we said earlier, sprinting is relative. Derwin Thompson out to all.
But yes, it was noticeable, like you said, the scoring rate continues to dip. We're now at some 6.8 this pair. So some good cheap overs being delivered between Patrick and Gittins. Gittins some 3 overs for 14 runs. Patrick is very much into his third as well and just conceded some 13 runs.
85 for 3. Outfield looking in fine shape too. Well cut, quite low. Another one of the features I have noticed in coming here is that the outfield generally doesn't run as quickly as the batsman, but Pedro Agard has a solution to that. If you don't hit it along the ground, you won't have to worry. Lifted it over the head of Wide Long On, going for a big maximum.
Like you said, continues to target these straight boundaries. Pedro Agard, he said, all evening he's been in good touch. He's moved his total up to 36. Patrick guilty of overpitching, and again a bit loopy on that occasion. Sure, the keeper is telling him try to get the ball into the pitch, but Agard continues hitting now. He's got some 4-4s, and if you just want to add to
That was
sixes.
the first six.
So his first 6 of the inning partnership here. They've still got some batting, but missing is that man, the talisman in Johnson. So someone this two needs to carry on.
Patrick is outside the yard sub and offers a catch. Agard taken by Agard at short third. Michael Agard taking the catch delivery outside the yard stump. Pedro looking to go straight. Once again, the ball coming off the outside edge and lobbing a simple catch to Michael Agard at short third. And a crucial break made here by Victor Patrick. Captain Pedro Agard comes back, caught for 39 of 29 deliveries. And as Andy just told us a delivery ago, 4 4s and 1 6.
Yes, good bowling there by Victor Patrick. You saw him high that one a bit wide on this occasion when Agard trying to hit that one downtown again. But all he managed to do is get that one off the outer edge and losing his wicket. So good bowling there by Victor Patrick. The Limers continue to keep this up in this contest. Win holder 92 for 4. We're very much into the 13th over. As Leon Lane's the new man going to make his way into the middle, but excellent bowling by Patrick continues to do this all-round work for his team into the runs and moving his tally up to some 8 wickets now.
Well, yes, I was just about to say, keeping himself in the hunt for the leading wicket takers prize, picking up yet another scalp to get rid of Pedro Agard. You know, the delivery before, you mentioned he would have gone straight and he would have gone a bit too full. On this occasion, he pulled his length back slightly, and he also had Agard reaching for delivery outside the off stump. And a good, clever thinking there by the old stager, Victor Bradford, Babaloo, they call him, you know. Nicknames is a feature of cricket in Barbados, Andy. I've never heard a nickname associated with you, though, Andy Payne.
Payne, that's it. Only Payne. Everyone says Andy Payne as well.
Yes, and everybody calls,
full name.
Andy Payne, and occasionally Payne, but none of the regular or usual Bajan aliases.
No.
I stuck to Andy Payne.
Yep.
Similarly, myself, they've never been able to get a nickname to stick on me. Other than short man.
Let's go back to your boys at Foundation. Sure, Andy Tornell must know something. Keith Holder, we need to get this information, Andy Tornell, for the listeners.
They talk about loquacious, but that is a special name that is reserved exclusively for Owen L. Esrick. As Leon Lane, the new batter, big, strong, strapping figure, looks for a big hit down the ground. The ball comes off the inside edge. It goes down to the vacant fine leg position and has actually come to a standstill by the time Vincent Giddens is able to make the trek from deep backward square all of 50 meters to pick it up. And in the meantime, the batsmen get those 3 runs, laying off the mark with a treble. And after 13, the veterans are 95 for 4. We hear Kurt keeping it busy.
At Ground Fusion, we turn locally sourced ingredients into bold, satisfying meals for catering events and everyday cafeteria dining. Located opposite Queen's Park in the Ministry of Education's canteen, you can contact us at 835-6897. Ground Fusion, locally sourced, boldly served.
Gittins to continue. Gittins, who has been very economical, 3 overs for 4 runs. So he'll be looking to close out his spell in fashion similar to what he has delivered so far, as Leon Lane has said new to the wicket. He's on 3 after just that one delivery. But the veterans hauled back somewhat by some excellent parsimonious bowling from the likes of Gittins and Victor Patrick. Gittins the ball to Lane, and Lane is off the back foot, punching it up into the covers. Estwick there at point, moves around to his right, and the batsman hustle through for a single. Brings Bostic back on strike. Bostic's faced some 22 balls for his 14 runs. Batting in a white peak cap, gets it every outside the yard stump, plays a flailing hit, looking to go down the ground. Nowhere near it though. And wicketkeeper Thompson takes cleanly behind. Gittins again. And this time he is into the pitch, straight wicket to wicket. And the batsman get a single. Ken Mears there at mid-wicket, having to skip around to his left, tries a bit of footwork, and manages to keep the ball under control while the strike is rotated once again. So 97 for 4, approaching 3 figures. Now the veterans, as Gittins is in two lane and bringing him onto the front foot, showing respect to a good delivery.
This is good bowling by Gittins. Like he said, he's into his final over in his spell, but really bowling some economical stuff. He's asking questions. The batter is not giving him any free hits.
Hit straight, hit powerfully, hit to the boundary. Lane doesn't even watch the ball as it crosses the rope at long, well, a very straight long on position. There are 2 fielders back at long off and long on, but that brings up the 100 in style for the veterans.
A beautiful shot there from Leon Lane, straight back past the bowler, a ball over pitch. Like I said, 101 for 4, very much in the 14th over. Gittins again trying to close out his spell. This time a delivery outside the offset and cut past backward point for 4. Whiff on offer, and Lane put into an excellent position and hitting that one behind point, just delaying the shot really Wayne Holder and playing that one past the backward point area and into the boundary for yet another boundary as the over comes in as well. 14 completed, 105 for 4. Getting his spell is completed as well. 4 overs, no middles, none for 24. Leon Lane, he's on 12, and Boston, he's on 15.
An excellent cricket shot there by Leon Lane. For once, he beats David Estwick inside the circle there at point, and once he penetrated that area, it was always going to be 4. So a kind of a disappointing end to what has been a fine spell by Winston Gittins, conceding back-to-back boundaries at the end. His 4 overs would have cost some 24 runs. Am I correct, Commissioner? Yes, 4 overs for 24 runs. Didn't pick up a wicket, but I think he did a job for his captain, KC, who will be quite satisfied with his work.
Yeah, did a very good job in those middle overs. Like
tough time, we talking about tough time. Tough time, we talking about tough time. Rotoplastics, so fantastic. Tough Tank is our brand. We talking about tough time. Constant supply of water for your home or business. Tough Tank is in demand. We talking about tough. Give Rotoplastics a call today. Our team will pay you a visit. You'll be on your way. Rotoplastics, so fantastic. Get your Tough Tank today.
Strategic change by the Limers. Derwin Thompson, who bowled that one over from the southern end with the new ball. Then he went behind the wicket as the wicket keeper. Has now come back out, given the gloves to Michael Lairgard, and he is now picking up the attack from the pavilion end. Off the back foot goes Boston, hustles for 1. Lane is a bit sluggish in going for the first, but eventually picks up that his partner is calling for the second run, comes too quickly for that second run as the return comes in low to Derwin Thompson at the non-strikers end. 107 for 4. Short, outside the off stump, well stopped at backward point there. Again, that man, Gregory Allen, between himself, Dave Estwick, and Keith Seal, done excellent service for the as I'm taking evasive action here, though Andy, as a straight hit from Orient Bostic beats Victor Patrick, coming around to his right and bounces into the area here between myself and the commissioner. And I was not able to come to a lady in distress, Andy, because I've got the microphone for the ground here in place, and I've also got the microphone for the radio in my left hand. The only way I could have stopped that ball is to catch it in my mouth.
Or do like Victor Patrick did and drop it.
115 for 4. Bostic opening his arms for once, though, Andy, and going over the boundary rope for 6.
Yeah, lovely shot by Bostic. We said targeting these straight boundaries. Again, of excellent batting pitch as well, Wayne. So again, you can see the timing of that one from Bostic off the back foot.
You can see that Bostic now is really operating at his best, really got his rhythm going. Lovely stroked delivery up toward the cover. Vibert Green can't stop the second run as Bostic moves up to 27. The total 117 for 4. We are into the 15th over 1 delivery left in the 15th. As a single picked up there to Keith Seal. So an expensive over, some 13 runs coming in that 15th over. And the veterans after 15, 118 for 4.
At Ground Fusion, we turn locally sourced ingredients into bold, satisfying meals for catering events and everyday cafeteria dining. Located opposite Queen's Park in the Ministry of Education's canteen, you can contact us at 835-6897. Ground Fusion, locally sourced, boldly served.
Between this period, it will be of some contrast, but Derwin Thompson, like you said, coming back in for a second spell, bowling this time from the pavilion end and going for some 13 runs. But the good thing is that the veterans, they've still got some batting to come. Really, just some 4 wickets in the last 5. So,
all right, we'll try to correct that for you. As I did mention, a message to you. I don't know if you want it on air. I think I'd rather give you this message off air, Andy. It's coming from, I can tell you who it's coming from. or that would be saying too much. So yeah, I'll err on the side of caution and give you that message after, off air. Yeah. Right, go ahead.
So
go
when,
ahead,
as we have a little refreshment breaks in the middle of the players, remember it's very hot out here. I just endeavor to go through our sponsors for you again. You see the sponsors in this tournament for 2026. Automotive Care, Jalan's Creations, we got Ricky's Driving School, Jameson representing Massey Brand, Bubba's Sports Bar on Hastings Mill Road, Terry's Food Truck, and we also got Buffy's Mini Martin Bar there on Inchmarlow, Kermit's Bar on Thornbury Hill, Body Bliss Zone, Barb Inc., Keep in Touch Inc., Premier World Cargo Inc., Barbados National Energy Company Limited, Rotoplastics Barbados Limited, Tamarind of the Islands, they here, Inventory Management Solutions Inc., Williams Industries Inc., the National Sports Council, CEO Williams Constructions Limited, and the AMAAS Sporting Services. They all burn it together here in 2026, Wayne.
Well, quite interestingly, that message, Andy, associated with Jelani's Creations, one of the sponsors of the competition, as Gregory Allen picks up the bowling from the southern end and starts with a wideish delivery, swish from a Bostic and through to wicket-keeper Agard. So Allen used to be a lot quicker, still getting the ball through, fairly slippery. That first delivery at least. He's bowling from the southern end as keeper Agard goes down and Allen is in to bowl to Bostic. And these two would have been club mates for a number of years. First at Banks and then also at the Wildy Club.
Just know each other very well. Yep. Played quite a lot together also in the BCL in George Park. We have also guys from right there in the George Park area.
Yes, very much so. As Aline turns, faces us here in the commentary area and comes into ball now to Leon Lane and gets it every outside lane and slashes it down to deep cover. They hustle through for the first run. Brilliant work from Curtis Innes though, coming off the boundary at the sweeper position at cover and has the ball released and back in towards the wicketkeeper Agard quickly. The batsman can only get one. The total goes up to 120 halfway in the 16th over. 120 for 4. Aline again. Outside the awesome Bossett goes reaching for it. The ball comes off the inside edge down to short fine and gets a second run. Does Bossett as Vibert Green somewhere behind square, backward of square, having to move around to his right.
It's a good delivery there by Aline, like you said, entrusted to bowl the hard overs coming into the back end of the innings. Entrusted to bowl these back end overs. A good full length delivery, Bossett getting the inner edge, like you said, off the inner half and going behind square for a count of a pair.
Bossett is the set batsman, tries as it's caught.
Excellent delivery there from Aline, like you said, inducing that drive, and Bossett getting the edge to the keeper Michael Agard, and he's going to make his way back into the hut as well. Like I said, entrusted to bowl these hard overs is Aline. He said a bit quicker than some of the other stuff that Bossett would have faced a bit earlier, and you can see the carry of that delivery through to the keeper.
Yes, very slippery by Aline, deliberately outside the off stump, and the Bossett throwing everything at it, getting a thin edge. And as you mentioned, wicketkeeper Agard definitely appreciating the carry, taking it just about wayside. Bossett gone, caught the wicketkeeper Agard, bowled Aline for 31. He faced some 34 deliveries, struck 1-4 and 1-6. And his dismissal brings Winston Warren to the wicket. The veterans 122 for 5 from 15.5 overs. Just the one delivery left in the 16th over as we head into the death. So left-handed player, Warren.
Winston Warren, like you said, down there at the back end, he'd be entrusted to try to get a move on with it. He's one who can hit a long ball, Winston Warren, but you want to just get himself in. Lane, who's very much there, he's had a good start, but what's happened, you've seen Lane going a bit off strike in this over, really. He's just faced up that first delivery where he hit down to the sweeper where Curtis Innes continues to do excellent work in that sweeper position, getting to the ball quickly. And he's also got a powerful arm as well. You saw that return coming in to keeper Agard. But now it's up to Warren and his partner Lane.
Well, Warren, a left-handed player, so he's going to present something of a different challenge to Aline. No. And immediately we see Aline has opted to go around the wicket. He has got a man at deep third. He's got fielders inside the circle at backward point, cover and extra cover. His long off is right back on the rope. His long on is wideish and right back on the fence. There's a deep mid wicket, and I think there's a fielder maybe somewhere out of my sight as Moran is stroking this one. Sweetly behind point. They go for one. They're going to come back for the second run on the throw from a Vibert Green and get it quite easily. No, and they talked earlier about the ball not running across. So it means that a lot more running has to be done by the fielders. It also means that the batsmen also have to do a lot more running. And then it's also a situation of testing the arms of a number of these players. You do have the exceptions, but generally a feature of this competition is the number of tools. It'd be interesting to have a tally on the number of tools that are scored in throughout this competition, Andy.
It will be interesting indeed. Like you said, you got quite a few spaces in there. Like you said, the arms of some of the players are not as strong. But I'll tell you, one strong arm is that man, Curtis Innes, like you tell you, doing excellent work from the sweeper boundary all season. He continued to be very good for the Limers team. But the Limers, they will think that they're really putting up a fight here. 124 after some 16 overs. The veterans, like I said, the defending champions, the veterans, the Limers, the losing finalists in 2025, they want to get themselves on that shield again. They've been there once before and win. And they think that they said up to this first 16 overs, they're very much in the contest.
Very much so. Excellent discipline, I find, on the part of their bowlers. Lots of effort coming in the field as this delivery is short and the lane smacks it powerfully into the deep. Getting a bit of an unexpected bumps there in it, but managing to keep the ball under control and keep the scoring down to just a single once again.
I'm sure they're not going to risk a two on Ennis's arm. Like you said, he's the man with the bullet arm. And again, doing some fantastic work. Like you said, a bit more bounce, but still getting his body behind it and able to pull that one back in and just restricting the batters to one.
125 over number 17. Lane on 14. And it will be Warren on strike. And Derwin Thompson on his third over. As Warren takes his guard. The field adjusts. Left-handed batter. Just the three men on the onside one notices. Deep square, long on, and a mid-wicket. The other six fielders all posted on the offside. So Thompson around the wicket, and somehow or another Warren manages to drag it from off the off stump down to the fielder at the deep backward square. That fielder happens to be Gregory Allen, though, and they're not going to be taking chances with him.
So this is good feeding on the part of the Limers. Like you said, two of their better feeders just patrolling those boundaries. You also see Allen, like you said, who's very much there. Took a good catch early in the innings to dismiss. I thought it was wrong bits. So
Thompson is in again. And that is short and Lane pounds it straight back past the bowler. That's a shot that I've been seeing a lot in cricket nowadays, and I refer to it as a straight pull.
Well, good timing on that occasion there from Leon Lane. Like you said, it's a bit more robust than someone like a Boston. And again, back of the length by Thompson. Again, a fantastic pitch here. The surface, excellent for batting and just getting himself in a good position. And like I said, pulling that one straight back past the bowler for 4.
130 for 5. Lane is up to 18 and hitting again. It's gone wide, high, and away it goes. For a big 6, Derwin Thompson. He was a bit guilty of being a bit short the delivery before. He decided to go further, and Lane has decided to go further.
Excellent shot from Leon Lane again. Derwin Thompson just missing the plot. I think he had the right plan a bit earlier, but this time into the slot there, like I said, and into that hitting art of Leon Lane, and who really hit that one a long way. A powerful guy, Leon Lane. He wasn't going to miss out.
Lane on the charge, chops it away behind point. Will only get a single. So the aircraft makes its way into the sky, heading away from us. If you look out towards the Grantley Adams International Airport, 137 is the 5. Lane is off the strike. Warren, who is on 3. Lane is 25 from some 19 deliveries he's faced. And Thompson very meticulous in getting his field in place. Into the left-handed Warren again, he's short. And Warren picks up the one man inside the circle on the onside, KC, and can't score anything. A yard to his left or right would have been at least a single. As we come to the end of over number 17, 3 overs left. And the veterans who won the toss and elected to bat 137 for 5.
So a good partnership. Team. This is a good position to have a player like Leon Lane very much there. He's also got Warren who can hit a long ball. So they feel like they need to really get a move on. The scoring rate is let's move up to over 8. For the veterans, the first time with the innings really has gone beyond that 7 mark. So they're looking to really put pressure on the Limers going into the back end of this innings.
It's 5 wickets and 3 overs left though, Andy. What kind of a target, if you were in the veterans dressing room, what target would you be suggesting should be the aim?
There's 2 strategic things here. Leon Lane needs to take as much strike as he can. And if I'm a Limer, I will want to get Leon Lane off strike as much as I can. 137, they still got some 18 deliveries left. Like I said, you got to be targeting something in the region of 160.
Slashed away out over a deep backward point. And Patrick at deep third is fairly wide. Keeps the scoring down to 1. Gets a nice generous bounce of that ball. Traveling in the air for quite a long way, but never any danger of being caught. They're from Lane. And they managed to get back for that second run. Importantly, as you mentioned, Lane back on strike.
Yeah, but like you said, you need to get anything beyond the 170 mark. You said from the eliminator into the qualifiers, you've seen the benchmark totals be anything over that 170 total. You've seen that eliminator 2 last week, Sunday there win. And you saw the Limers chasing down a fantastic total set by the challengers.
180 the target, and they bought it with 4 balls to spare. Warren is off the back foot. There's a nice smooth back cut down behind the point. Again, as I mentioned to you earlier, the ball not traveling across the ground and pulling up inside the boundary. So there was a chase for Vibrant Green, and there were 2 runs forced to take the 2 runs, the pair in the middle. So it is actually Winston Warren on strike, as the total now up to 140 for 5. And Warren facing up to Aline. Aline bowling around the wicket, right arm medium fast, is outside the off stumps, plays and misses. A precious dot delivery.
This is good stuff there by Ali, like we said, asking Warren to play that cut shot into that far side of the boundary, like you rightfully said, on the slower side of the ground, really, when, like you said, asking him to get the ball into that cut region where he will have to run twos. It's hard to really get the ball behind the point there for a boundary.
Yes, he's got him on at deep third. He's got a backward of point, a cover, extra cover. Then there's a long off. One man, Keyseal saving one on the onside, as Aline is into Warren, and Warren comes into his wicket, looks to heave this delivery away into the onside, looking to go with the wind, but a well-lined delivery from Aline, who is still a bit perturbed as to how he didn't get the leg before decision. I am going to suggest, Andy, that the umpire would have ruled that that ball would have struck the batsman outside the off.
Yeah, and I think it's a good decision there by the umpire as well. You see Warren trying to get a long way across the off stump before the ball was even delivered. So I think he would have been, impact had to be somewhere well outside of that off stump.
Well, yes, I think Aline getting a bit carried away. The ball probably would have hit the stump, but struck outside the off stump. Here he is, and gets a full wide delivery, manages to get the Q end of the bat onto it, but still can't score. Ball much too close to Ken Mears there in the covers. So Aline continues to do good work.
Can tell you, this is very well executed there by Gregory Aline. Again, on that white line outside the off stump, asking Warren to try to hit him behind point, and still couldn't get another single. So another dot delivery. Fantastic bowling here by Gregory Phuket Aline.
Coming past umpire Ezra Marshall. Aline is going with the flow this time, though, is Warren. That delivery delivered from around the wicket and going with the tide, hitting with the wind, and that ball goes sailing away in front of square and picking up a boundary. So good strong finish to that 18th over from Warren to bring the veterans up to 144 for 5. Warren there on 9, and Leon Lane. It's only 11 deliveries he's faced, and he's already on 26. He is going.
Tough time, we talking about tough time. Tough time, we talking about tough time. Rotoplastics, so fantastic. Tough Tank is our brand. We talking about tough. Constant supply of water for your home or business. Tough Tank is in demand. Give Roto Plastics a call today. Our team will pay you a visit, you'll be on your way. Roto Plastics, so fantastic. Get your Tough Tank today.
And most times a very important over.
It's really one of the hard overs to bowl in the innings, the 19th over. It really sets the tone. I mean, if you can get wickets, it puts your team under pressure. But this is a over when as a batter you want to go really hard. And to see the good thing for the veterans is that Leon Lane, he's the man to start this over on strike. So I think that the veterans, they would think that this is what they wanted Lane to start. And so also Patrick, he's going to come back into the attack. Like he rightfully said, Derwin Thompson, his 3 overs conceding some 37 runs. Expensive by his standards, really. But the last 12 deliveries, he said he need to get up to 170, 180.
So Patrick to Lane. And Lane is hitting this one. All of his power. That bill suggests a man that lifts weights. And he put some heavy weight onto that one.
Again, like you say, he's doing the heavy lifting, Leon Lane. But again, a delivery over pitch by Patrick. I said a bit earlier that they needs to get their planning correct. Lane, he's a man who can hit the ball straight down the far side. If it made it with ease, really, you want to ask him to hit it a bit square.
It's 148 for 5. Patrick is outside the off stump. Lane is hitting it powerfully. For once, Keith Seal doesn't feel cleanly. And the batters come through for a single. It's 149.
149 for 5, 18.2. So they still got another 10 deliveries left in this innings. Wayne Holder, like I said, though, getting Leon Lane off strike, getting Warren onto strike. They would think that it's an easier competition to bowl at Warren. But Warren, like you said, finishing the previous over with a boundary. The one occasion that Gregory Allen didn't execute on that wide line outside the Austin and giving Warren the opportunity to hit that one over deep mid wicket for 4. But here he is facing up to Victor Patrick.
Patrick continuing over the wicket. This one in the air offers a catch to Ken Mears. They say what goes up must come down. But for some reason or another, it didn't come down into the hands of Ken Mears. It came down onto the ground. An easy miss.
Oh, that's a simple chance going to beg in there by the Limers. Ken Mears, he'd be very disappointed not to hold on to that. Victor Patrick, rob of yet another wicket in this tournament. His team here failing to capitalize that catch, but a life for Winston Warren.
Mears almost having too much time, too long to wait as Warren is driving down to long off. Dave Westwick, who's been rather quiet of late, the 150 having come up off that previous delivery in the 19th over. It's now 152 for 5. And the right-handed Lane comes on strike. The batsman having picked up 2 for that missed chance a couple of deliveries ago. And Patrick finishing up his spell is outside the off stump. And again, Lane could only hit it hard into the pitch. Good stuff by Patrick. Cleverly.
Yeah.
Outside the off stump.
And into the pitch.
Finding that wide line outside the off stump. As he comes in, Victor Patrick in what could be his final delivery. And Lane launches it over mid wicket. Again, sailing on the breeze. The strong breeze coming across Woodburn. And a big 6 to Leon Lane brings Victor Patrick's tournament with the ball to an end in style. And the veterans now 158 for 5. And Lane now on a 37 off just 15 deliveries. Winston Warren on 12 will be on strike when the final delivery starts. But at 158.5, I think the veterans breathing a lot easier going into this final over.
Yeah, well, without drop chance, again, it allows to lose a wicket. The impetus would have gone with the Limers there as well. It also got Warren 3 runs. We brought Lane back into strike, and as you saw how he finished up that over, again, the tactic must be really to keep Leon Lane off strike as much as you could if you're going to minimize the boundary chances in this final over.
Well, much more importantly, had that catch been taken, a new batter would have also had to come to the wicket rather than one of these two players who are both quite set. Lane 37, 15 balls, 4 fours, 2 sixes. Warren 12 from 10 deliveries with, well, just the one boundary. And Allen, as we predicted, given the final over, the ball peeling off the outer edge of the bat, high between the backward point and the deep third, and the batsman managing to come back for a second. Fortuitous couple of runs there for Warren Hardy.
Again, yeah, but well executed again there by Allen. Continues to bowl this ball outside of that white line. Warren, you can see trying to hit that one somewhere in the mid-wicket region. But again, it's too wide from him, peeling off the outer edge. Like you said, fortuitous, as you rightfully said, but lucky not to have carried to a feeder.
It's 160 for 5. Allen is around the wicket to Warren. And looking to swing it away into the onside, like he did in the previous over, and managing to get a delivery, angling down the leg side on the pad, and umpire Marshall signals a leg by, a long signal from Marshall. One more to the extras. Extras only 12, so they've done a fairly decent job in keeping the extras down, the Limers.
Like you said, they've been very disciplined. Again, good enough to get into yet another final and come in here, like you said, just some 12 extras at to this stage. This is excellent work by the Limers. Remember, the veterans winning the toss and electing to bat first. I think they were wanted to be a bit more than what they are at this stage, but still with 4 deliveries left in this innings and this danger man Leon Lane on strike, he's a man that can really push them up to that 170, 175.
Well, Allen has been good in coming on in the latter stages of the innings, and here he is to bowl to Lane, and Lane again gets one outside the off stump, hits it down to the man at deep cover. The return comes in, and the 2 batsmen undecided. Warren looking for the second run. Lane initially suggesting that he may go for 2. I don't know if he got cold feet once he saw that Curtis Innes was the fielder on the ball, but eventually both batsmen ending up in the crease at the non-striker's end, and that strong arm of Curtis Innes coming into play, and to the advantage of the Limers, they not only do they get the wicket, they get the wicket of Leon Lane.
Danger man and Leon Lane, he's got to come back into the hutch, like we said, run out for 37 or 15 deliveries, 4 fours and 2 sixes all told. But again, that man, like you said, Curtis Deuce Innes, doing great work on that sweeper fence for the Limers team. That strong throw, like we said, coming into the keeper Michael Agard, and an excellent throw, just one bouncing into his gloves. And again, a bit of a mix-up really between the pair. Again, I think if I was Winston Warren, I might wanted to have sacrificed myself there for Leon Lane. But the danger man in Lane, he's gone. The Limers, they're happy and putting himself into further trouble. 162 for 6. Wayne Holder just with some 3 legal deliveries left in this innings.
Well, yes, and Michael Matthews, the new batter. Just the, as you mentioned, the 3 deliveries left. So no time to settle, no time to get into the pace of the pitch. The light is just a matter of hitting the ground running for Michael Matthews as Allen is into him, and he's stroking this one over the head of the extra cover. Innes is around the rock. Not even Innes can stop it. Magnificent shot by Michael Matthews.
Matthews, a player you knew back in his heyday, excellent player. He played for the Carlton before he went up to Pittwick, and always a very prolific run scorer in the Division 1 levels back in his day. Mike Matthews, a ball given some whiff outside the Arsenal. What was he's guilty about was that time was that it was a bit too close to the batter who had enough arms really to get through that one, and an excellent shot by Mike Matthews.
Well, he's up and running with a boundary. 166 for 6 and 2 deliveries left in the innings. Aline to Matthews. Matthews gets the delivery into the pitch outside the all stump. Hits it hard off the bottom edge of the back along the pitch. There is no run. A dot ball with the penultimate delivery.
Yeah, better delivery on that occasion. This length, he pulled it back. So it's 2 deliveries. You're going to be hard into the pitch on a good length, or you're going to be full and into the batter. On that occasion, like you said, hard length, back of the length, and Matthews trying to hit that one down to point, could only get it back to the bowler.
So Aline buckles at that southern end, starts his run, balls one, pitched right up to Matthews, who looks to work it away into the onside, struck on the boat, no appeal, a leg by the result. So the innings comes to the ending. It's something of a whimper, just the one extra, one leg by, and at the end of the first half of this, the big final of the AMAAS Masters over 50s T20 competition 2026. The veterans 11, the defending champions, winning the toss and batting 167 for 6, with Ron Bates making 15, Alan Young not making, Jeffrey Lafond 13, Pedro Agard 39, Orion Bostic 31, Leon Lane 38, Winston Warren 14 not out, Michael Matthews 4 not out, Sean Hunt, Roger Phillips, and Andrew Foster did not bat. And bowling for Limers, Vibrant Green 2 for 34, Derwin Thompson none for 37 from 3 overs, Ken Mears 1 for 12 from 2, Winston Gittins none for 24, Victor Patrick 1 for 37, and Gregory Allen at the end. Important 3 overs, 20 runs, and he picked up a wicket. So we've reached the halfway stage, Andy, and the game definitely set up for a grandstand finish as the afternoon continues. Andy Payne, your final thoughts on that first innings by the veterans?
Yeah, 167 for 6. Good total. Like you said, runs on the board are always runs on the board. But I would think that they will feel that there's some 10 runs short or thereabout. This pitch is a very excellent pitch. Good enough for the batting team to chase up these runs. 167 for 6. So it's after winning the toss and letting the bat, like I said, they were wanting to get up to something over that 175 to 180 target. But a fantastic effort by the Limers after being sent to field first. They've done some good work. They've really keep setting back the batters, picking up wickets at intervals when each batsman seems to get set. But Gregory Allen, like you said, entrusted to bowl the hard overs. I thought he's done very well at the back in 3 overs for 20 runs in the contents of this game. For me, that was a formidable bowling spell.
Well, from one Andy to the other, Andy Payne, over to Andy Achille in the studio.
Tough time, we talking about tough time. Tough time, we talking about tough time. Rotoplastics, so fantastic. Tough Tank is our brand. We talking about tough. Constant supply of water for your home or business. Tough Tank is in demand. We talking about tough. Give Rotoplastics a call today. Our team will pay you a visit. You'll be on your way. Rotoplastics, so fantastic. Get your Tough Tank today.
At Ground Fusion, we turn locally sourced ingredients into bold, satisfying meals for catering events and everyday cafeteria dining. Located opposite Queen's Park in the Ministry of Education's canteen, you can contact us at 835-6897. Ground Fusion, locally sourced, boldly served.
so fantastic. Tough Tank is our brand.
We talking about tough.
Constant supply of water for your home or business. Tough Tank is in demand.
We talking about tough.
Give Roto Plastics a call today. Our team will pay you a visit. You'll be on your way. Roto Plastics, so fantastic. Get your Tough Tank today.
At Ground Fusion, we turn locally sourced ingredients into bold, satisfying meals for catering events and everyday cafeteria dining. Located opposite Queen's Park in the Ministry of Education's canteen, you can contact us at 835-6897. Ground Fusion, locally sourced, boldly served.
Welcome back. After the interval, the resumption of play in the second half of the 2026 AMAAS Final. You have Terry's Full Track Veterans up against the Limers. The target for the Limers, 168 for victory. Remember earlier today, the Veterans won the toss. They elected to bat first, and they got up to 167 for 6. Limers, who've done fantastic to get to this 2026 final, losing finalists last year, but played some excellent cricket to get themselves here in 2026, defeating the Legends by 1 run in the first eliminator, and then you saw them in that qualifier last Sunday, chasing 180 and getting home with some 4 deliveries to spare. The total here this afternoon is 168. It's like Michael Agard Sr. He's the man interested to start the innings with Victor Babalu Patrick. Alan Young bowled the first delivery. It's a delivery into Agard and failed to score. Wayne Holder, he's very much here with me as we endeavor to take you through the second half of this game. It's Alan Young. Said open up the batting, and here he is opening the bowling as well. He'll be bowling to Agard. Here he is. Delivery full in length. Agard driven back up to Mike Matthews' station there in cover. Remember, the first 6 overs constitutes a power play segment. The 2 feeders entrusted outside the 30-yard circle. There's a long one, and there's also a deep mid-wicket in Foster. It's Alan Young. A delivery again into the body of Michael Agard, who again can't score on that occasion. Wayne Holder, welcome back.
Well, yes, and the match very much on. Alan Young bowling from this northern end. And as Vic Green in the first innings, we see the ball already showing a tendency to shape back in to the right-handed batter.
Again, that's the strength of Alan Young. Again, another delivery outside the Ulster and making its way back into Agard, who still can't score. So first 4 deliveries are 4 dot deliveries. Total 168 the target.
Looking at some of the bowling lineup for the veterans, we're going to see Young. We're definitely going to see our Orient Bostic bowl.
A delivery outside the Ulster off the outer edge and caught behind. The first wicket goes. Michael Agard goes, caught by Pedro Agard, the keeper, off the bowling of Alan Young. A delivery outside the Ulster, full in length, going for a full-fledged drive. There was Agard, and failing to connect just off the outer edge. An excellent delivery to picking up his first wicket.
Well, the first thing I note there, Andy, is that Michael Agard caught Pedro Agard. Pedro Agard has turned around and done him the favor. It's taken him behind the wicket. But excellent bowling by Alan Young. Remember, we talked about him getting that ball to blow in with the wind to the right-handed batter. This time he went wide of the off stump. The ball actually held its line and kept on the straight. And Agard looking for the big drive, getting a nick, and Pedro making no mistake. Excellent stuff by Alan Young and the veterans.
A good start to the veterans. Like you said, Alan Young, he has that knack of picking up an early wicket being holder. And you saw Michael Agard going for that big drive. And like you said, that ball just holding its line on top of the off stump and going through with a good carry again to keeper Pedro Agard, who took an excellent catch. Ken Mears is the new batter. He makes his way into the middle. A delivery this time swung up to deep mid-wicket where Jeffrey Lafon. He should be the man doing work, and one is all it will be. So over number one is completed. The Limer is trying to get up to 168 win holder. They're 1 for 1.
And they said a good start there for the veterans, getting rid of Mike Agard quite early. Agard known as a no-nonsense player, and as long as he's at the wicket, runs are going to come. And to get rid of him is a big blow. To get him as early as they have been able to is a big blow. So I was talking about some of the bowling lineup for the veterans. Again, we talked about Brian Johnson and Anthony Morris. Both of them are trusted to bowl for the veterans and play crucial roles with the ball. So they will be missing that pair on the field now that they're on the field also.
Well, it's going to be Foster. He's the man who's going to pick it up from the southern end. And he's be asked to do the work. Usually you're seeing Anthony Morris. He's the man usually entrusted to do this job. But Anthony Foster in this final, Andrew Foster, said minus Anthony Morris. He's the man to do it. He'll be bowling up to Ken Mears. Delivery outside the off stump. Driven up to mid-off where Sean Hunt is there. Can't prevent a single. So Mears picks up his second run. The second run for the Limers. It brings Victor Patrick into strike. A fantastic tournament for Patrick.
And Foster to Patrick, something of a matchup. Both Melrose men out of St. Thomas. And talking about matchups, though, with the left-handed Patrick on strike, hitting with the wind. Importantly, though, Foster bowling right arm off spin and looking to take the ball away from the hitting arc of Victor Patrick, who has been in tremendous form with both bat and ball.
Like you said, Patrick, who's had an excellent season. Two players who you rightfully said know each other well. Two very good friends off the field. But today it is a final, and they want to have the better of each other. Here is Foster delivery into the body of Patrick, who's looking to hit that one behind square. Can't beat Phillips coming in from backwards square. Yeah, another dot delivery. But yeah, you said matchups. So right hand off spinner into the left hand batter, and there you see them employ that first slip.
Yes, the first slip in place. 3 men on the outside. There's the point, the cover, and the mid-off, all inside the circle.
Outside the lace on that occasion, Andrew Foster, and wide signal there by the umpire. So one more to the total.
To have a look at that on a replay, though, Andy, because that delivery outside the leg stump and Patrick's going out of his ground. Keeper Agard not managing to take it cleanly.
Andrew Foster guilty, pulling that one down and hit behind square for 4. Over the backward square and into the fence for 4. Guilty of bowling that one a bit too short. Andrew Foster, and a man in the form of Victor Patrick wasn't going to miss out on that occasion.
I think you can describe that as a hit-me delivery. Short, has to be hit, and with the fielder at deep mid-wicket and the long on, the two fielders outside the boundary, Patrick making good use of that open area behind square and dispatching it for a boundary.
He had some thoughts of changing the angle of trying to go around the wicket. Here he still stays over the wicket. Both to the left-handed Patrick driven up to long one on this occasion where Lafon is. 1 is all it'll be, so just keep the scoreboard ticking over. It's Victor Patrick. He takes his total up to 5. Takes the Limer's total up to 8 for 1. We're in the course of over number 2. It brings Ken Mears into strike. You see the 2 men being outside the 30-yard circle for the right-handed Mears. A deep mid-wicket in Boston and a long one in Lafon. Here is Foster. Outside the off-stunt, give him a bit of air. And all Mears can do is get that one up to long one, where it's LaFawn comes in to do the work and it just brings the left-handed Patrick back into strike. But an excellent pitch on the offer here this afternoon.
We're fantastic batting strip, as is the norm here at Woodburn over the years.
Trying to close out the second over. Delivery again. This time Patrick trying to hit that one into the light side again, a bit closer to the body as the second over has come to an end at the end of 2 overs. Trying to get up to a total of 168. The Limers, there are 9 for 1.
At Ground Fusion, we turn locally sourced ingredients into bold, satisfying meals for catering events and everyday cafeteria dining. Located opposite Queen's Park in the Ministry of Education's canteen, you can contact us at 835-6897. Ground Fusion, locally sourced, boldly served.
Is going to be a critical man, bowling his variety of mystery spin. I think it's a mystery not only to us watching, to him too.
He's definitely going to be part of the bowling plans. They've got the options. They also got Roger Phillips. He's a man who can really turn his arm over as well. A wicket taker in every right, Roger Phillips. So I would like to see him get a bowl in this final this afternoon.
Well, yes, they're going to need some supplements though with both Morris and Johnson out of the attack.
It's going to be Alan Young into his second. Ball into Ken Mears. A full delivery, swinging way back into, getting a bit of bat onto that one. But what a fantastic delivery there by Alan Young. Making its way back and challenging those stumps of Ken Mears, getting the inner half of the bat and going down the fine leg.
Very good delivery there from Young. That one, we can see from our position here, perfectly placed behind the bowler's arm. That one swerving in and challenging that all stump. Mears doing well to get his bat down on it in time.
So he moves up to 5. Score gets to 11 for 1. Let's see if there's any adjustments. No, just a backward square, man. That forward square. Along another full delivery, swinging back into the stumps, a drive and a miss, and through to keeper Agard. Agard standing in as captain for the absent Brian Johnson. And he's also got the injury to Anthony Morris, again, who would be probably entrusted to lead this veterans team. But a lot of resources, really, in terms of leadership. And here, Pedro Agard coming to the fore today.
Well, Agard, a veteran captain in his own of some repute over the years.
A delivery hit up to Lawan where Bostic goes down and the long barrier to prevent any chance of a boundary. So one more to the Limers total, 12 for 1. One more to Ken Mears. This is the get over being bowled here by Alan Young. He said continue to get that ball to shape into the right-hander. But he's got a different challenge as Victor Patrick, the left-hander, comes on strike.
So let's see, Agard not employing the slip as you thought, that as you might think they might want to with the new ball, with Young being able to get this ball to swerve away from the left-handed batter. But going for caution, he's actually got a man at deep third. So he is conscious as the ball coming off the outside edge, but he's gone for the protection rather than try to get the wicket.
Yeah, he's gone protection route as opposed to the wicket-taking option. There's a third man, there's a backward point, there's a cover, extra cover. There's a long off, there's a mid-on, there's a mid-wicket, there's a man just in front square, and looks like Phillips there on the short fine leg. Here is Young. A delivery again, moving away from the left-handed Patrick, who's come forward, and all he could do is play that one back up the pitch to
Talk about
Young.
Phillips at short fine leg, Andy, but any position that Phillips feels must be short.
Short man, he's putting that short leg.
If he's at mid-off, he's a short mid-off.
Delivery again there by Alan Young into the surface, and Patrick trying to hit that one off the back foot. Just being able to hit it into the pitch where keeper Agard comes up and does the work. Another not dot delivery.
Guilty of looking for power as against timing.
Good start by Alan Young. There he is. Goes to the left-handed Patrick again outside the offside and driving a miss as anticipated, taking that one away from the left-hander and through to keeper Agard as the over comes in. And this is the completion of some 3 overs at the end of it.
12. Much would have to say in the ascendancy in this very early stages of the innings, halfway through the power play.
Here is Foster outside the off stump. Top delivery goes down in the books again.
The one going on with the arm, starting outside the off stump and going on with the arm.
Here is a good delivery, bringing the right-handed mirrors forward and beating all ends up through to the keeper, not cleanly taken. But that's the length that he wants the ball to the right-handed Ken Mears.
Yeah, Mears coming down late on that one and has tended to be a little stodgy so far in his innings.
A flighty delivery hits to Alan Young. A fantastic catch by Alan Young, a full delivery. Trying to hit that one behind squares, Ken Mears picking out the man, and Alan Young diving to his right and coming up with one pretty low. And the Limers have lost the second wicket. Ken Mears goes.
Fantastic stuff there by Alan Young at backward square. An innocuous full toss, and Mears' eyes must have lit up when he saw that ball coming full toss on the leg stump and getting a lot of bat onto it too, pulling it behind square, but managing to get it straight to the fielder there, Alan Young. And Young just having to get down, doing an excellent job, taking it in both hands. And Ken Mears, another dangerous player, another one of these players who were quite busy at the wicket, comes back. And now, if ever there was a man for a crisis, the man coming to the wicket is him. That's Adrian Oye Bathwaite.
Yes, this is a player you want to come to the middle now, a man who can change the game. He's still got quite a bit of batting to go, but a delivery, trying to take the pace out of that one, trying to give it a bit of loop, was Foster Aaron on the full side, but well supported by his man at backward square in Alan Young, taking a fantastic catch and losing the second wicket. The Limers 12 for 2. Adrian Braffett, like you said, makes his way into the middle. It's quite a bit of a challenge uphill for him.
Well, whatever he didn't do with the bat, he's made up in the field so far, Alan Young. Taking a wicket. He's also taken a brilliant catch. And he's bowled very, very economically. Very stingy so far. 2 overs, in fact, for just 4 runs and a wicket. It's a bit of a struggle for the Limers in the early stages.
Say the Limers, they were defeated by the veterans in 2025 in this final. So the veterans, they would think they've got a hand on them, really. But if a man, like you said, can change a game, it's this player who's just gone to the middle. First delivery outside the off to Braffett, and a wide signal there by the umpire.
Yes. Foster. Part of his ploy.
Delivery Brian Braffett forward, looking for a single. No response from the non-striker. And Patrick, yeah, another dot delivery.
So yes, you're seeing Foster. He's exploited that wide area outside the off stump. He's also been changing into a delivery wicket to wicket, back of a length. So not easily predictable what he's going to send down.
Lots of change-ups. Again, you see the flighted on that occasion, and Braffett just hit it up to cover where Lane does the work. And yet another dot delivery. So trying to close out his second over. Here he is. Delivery outside the off stump and punch up to backward point where Phillips is there. Another dot delivery. So closing out the over. 4 overs completed. Limers trying to get up to 168 for victory. They're 13 for 2 win.
Well, Foster doing a good job. 2 overs for 9 runs. They have managed to keep the Limers in check so far in this innings with these 4 overs. And I think wickets in the power play, keeping the scoring rate down, does give the fielding team somewhat of a foothold when it comes to these chases, second innings chases. So I think we're going to see a change of bowler at the pavilion end, Andy.
Yes, Sean Hunt. He'll be making his first introduction for the day. Hunt, he'll be bowling to the left-handed Patrick. Patrick, he says he's the man who's done the bulk of the batting for the Limers team all season. So he's still very much there, losing 2 early wickets. The Limers.
So good old Sugar Sean.
Can you tell me how you got that nickname?
Well, I couldn't tell you. It would be interesting to find out. Maybe we can ask him when we get the opportunity.
Here he is, first delivery. Couple of hops, skip, and delivery. Hit the one up to Lawan. There, Boston is there. So just one more to the total. This leg spin. Again.
So Sean coming into the attack during the power play, normally used in those middle overs as a wicket taker, as a partnership breaker. But again, without the services of Johnson and Morris today, we'll call for some innovation from the veterans.
A good time probably to bring him in. They've got early wickets in the power play. Might be looking for a bit of consolidation, this pair of Braffett and Patrick. So just trying to get early overs out of Sean Hunt, who's also capable of picking up a wicket. So a good move by the captain, Pedro Agard. Employed a slip in Foster. Here is Hunt outside the leg stump, wait for the signal from the umpire. As a delivery, this goes outside the leg stump, a wide signal there by umpire Collymore. So 2 more to the total.
You're getting the radar wrong there, Hunt. But was a variety of, how would you describe Hunt's bowling though? Like, is a kind of wristy off spin?
I think he's more of a leg spinner. He really gets the ball to hustle the batters a bit. A lot of front of the arm stuff.
More of a top spinner.
Top spinning kind of stuff, front of the arm.
Than any big leg spin as such.
Here is a couple of hops, a skip. And again, the delivery pulled down and hit over mid-wicket for 4. A delivery short in length, and Patrick back on the back foot and hitting that one to a vacant mid-wicket and into the boundary for 4.
Short plus straight equals 4. And there we saw Sean Hunt guilty of pulling down that one a bit too short and on the leg stump. And Patrick quickly pouncing on it on the back foot quite early, reading the length well and dispatching it over the onside field. So just the one fielder back on the onside, and that fielder is at long on. So Sean would do well to look to encourage the batter to play more down the ground. There he is.
Better delivery on that occasion, but fuller on that occasion. All Patrick could do is come forward and work it out to Mike Matthews at short mid-wicket area. Those are the lengths that he will want to bowl consistently. It's Hunt. It's Patrick. He's on 10. Good delivery this time. Hit down to deep mid-wicket where Alan Young was stationed on those occasion. Bit of a juggle and they come back for a second. Juggling on that occasion was Alan Young and capitalizing on the time wasted in the outfield by the fielder and coming back for a pair.
Well, yes, quite deep there, those square boundaries here at the oil company. And if you don't have that powerful arm, the batsman will exploit coming back for those second runs for balls way out there in the deep.
Here is Hunt. Full delivery, driven straight by Victor Patrick over the rope for 4.
Oh, that's a lovely shot. One floating upon the off stump and keeping his shape well. Patrick not looking for that extra power, but timing it immaculately, getting it inside of the fielder there at mid-off, who was slightly wide and really hit with a lot of power down to the long off boundary. So Patrick beginning to find his range, it appears.
Yeah, he moves up to 16 off 12, 3/4. It's making some adjustments. His captain, Pedro Agard. You see now employ the man straight behind the bowler's arm, really, and then he's got the regulation mid-off.
Interesting field there, Andy. We've almost got a man overhead in Leon Lane of the bowler, and then there's the conventional mid-off, a matter of some 8 meters between the two of them.
Yeah, very astute captain is Pedro Agard. He's really a student of the game. See Patrick hitting that ball over the cover on this occasion. Whiff given on that occasion. Over the rope for yet another 4.
Not doing himself or his captain any favors there though, Sean, because with the two fielders placed in that unusual position at mid-off and back overhead, are guilty of giving the batsman width and no protection in the deep at the sweeper position, and easy pickings for Patrick. I think I blame my bowler if I were the captain.
So the overs come to an end. 5 overs completed at the end of it. The 30 for 2.
At Ground Fusion, we turn locally sourced ingredients into bold, satisfying meals for catering events and everyday cafeteria dining. Located opposite Queen's Park in the Ministry of Education's canteen, you can contact us at 835-6897. Ground Fusion, locally sourced, boldly served.
To get off the mark. Patrick, he's the man doing the bulk of the scoring. He's on 20. Good delivery, Brian. His man forward and can't score is Raffit. So this is good stuff here by Foster. Andrew Foster. Again off the outer edge, an arm ball there and going pretty close to the boundary, over the ropes for 4. Brandon's man forward was Andrew Foster, taking the outer half of the bat. Mike Matthews that slip, get a hand to it and travel all the way down to third man for 4. So 4 more to the total.
Unlucky there on the part of the bowler. I suggest the ball genuinely edged past the first slip, and the ball traveling to what I consider the fastest area of the ground and one of the shorter boundaries too, here towards us at the pavilion.
Here's Foster, Brian, Braffett forward. No run. So again, they need a bit of a partnership here, Wayne.
Well, yes, and if you needed a partnership, you couldn't want 2 better players to provide that, both in terms of ability and form.
This time that one is swept back to Young. Can't hold on to this one on this occasion. Alan Young swept to Young at square leg into the midriff. Couldn't hold on to that one, and the chance goes down.
I think that was a much easier chance than the one he actually took earlier. But he dropped. How crucial would that missed chance be? We saw Adrian Brathwaite put down off the very first ball in that qualifier 2 last Sunday evening, and the legends were made to pay and pay very challengers were made to pay very dearly. How important will be that miss?
He's that player, don't want to give him any chances. Here he is, a flighted delivery hit up to the long off here. LaFawn comes into the fray. One, as you see, an aircraft again just leaving us here at the Grantley Adams International Airport. Win.
I was going to ask you, whose is that? You a man knows these things?
Must be going somewhere up to the UK this time of day.
And somebody said it looks like a whale.
It looks like a whale.
Huge, humongous looking monster is. Laboring though, heavy laden, laboring as it makes its way, its ascent.
So just trying to get the final over in this. The power play is forced. A delivery chip up to Lawan again. Just a single there to Victor Patrick. So he takes his total down to 21. 6 overs are completed here in Holder. The power play is done and dusted. Trying to get up to 168 for victory. The Limers, they're 36 for 2.
I think the veterans at the end of 6 overs. Commissioner is going to show me that momentarily. I think it was about 40, yes, it was somewhere in the 40s at the 49 it was for 2. The veterans at the power play stage. But this pair has already added some 24 for this 3rd wicket after a bit of a stodgy start by the Limers. As another captain, Agard, now ringing the changes. Looks like he's going to be having Orient Bostic taking it up. Another one of these medium pace swing bowlers, Bostic.
To tell you, losing the wickets, the Limers, Mike Agard, he went without scoring, and Ken Mears, he's gone for 6. So, like you said, a partnership needed between this pair. Boston, he'll have different ideas. He will want to continue to make further inroads into this Limers attack. Remember, the power play is finished, but he's still going with a slip. And Captain Pedro Agard, he's got a slip, he's got a 3rd man, he's got a point. There's an extra cover. There's a sweeper deep on the cover boundary. Lawan, and Phillips in mid-wicket is also got a man that corner area for Victor Patrick. A good start to this over. Delivery by on target.
But yes, Bostic, a clever operator. He's been around for quite a long time. Knows exactly what he wants to do every time he picks up that ball.
Very meticulous. Here is Bostic, bowling to Patrick. Delivery into the turf. This one going down the leg. This should be going through for a leg bye. Just wait for the signal there from Collymore. Easy call.
Yeah, playing over the top of that delivery. Ball stayed down on pitching. And obviously going down the leg side though. So no alarm. As now Bostic to bowl to the right-hander.
He stays with a slip, so no, on this occasion, he's going to ask a slip to come out, probably to a square leg.
So he's got 2 inside the circle on the offside. He's got the sweeper cover, the long off, and the long on, so he's got his straight boundaries protected. Deep mid-wicket also in place. And he's got a deep 3rd. Again, I think catering for that rather short, straight boundary.
Well,
Andy?
I think that's the intention of his bowling, to try to bowl the ball outside the off stump as much as he could. He's got that protection on the offside. Delivery straight this time, going into the leg side. Mike Matthews can't prevent the single though. Yet another leg bye. So just challenging the stumps there of Braffett. Didn't get any bat onto that one, and a 1 leg bye to the total.
Looking to build this partnership, this pair. They're going to want to see the innings into the middle overs with them still together, where they can actually make an onslaught or look to challenge. A middling total from the veterans.
This one's turned into the leg side. Should be looking for a 2nd. No. 1 is all it'll be. This time a long run around to his left as Roger Phillips there. And the batter is settled for 1 from in the early.
The Virgin takes to the sky.
Camera lady, pick that one. It's Virgin Airlines.
So it's gotten quite busy over there at the GAIA.
As it is here. Delivery played behind point by Braffett. Should be going pretty close to the boundary. Just delaying that one and play it pretty close up to the boundary. Pull back inside the ropes here. Just Phillips for a couple.
Lovely shot by OE, but here again, a typical of what I've been describing earlier. Lovely shot, but the ball not traveling up to the boundary, forcing the fielder to chase it all the way, ensuring that the batsmen have to run to collect their runs.
So 2 more to the total, 41 for 2. Final delivery in over number 7 to be bowled by Boston. It's Braffett, waits. Good delivery work behind square, more running for the batters. That one goes over the rope for 4. Good timing on that occasion by Braffett. The delivery angle into the batter. Just work that one behind square. There's no fine leg and into the fence for yet another boundary.
Using the pace of the bowler, going with the tide. Adrian Braffett, no risk involved, but still picking up the boundary, still keeping that scoring rate ticking over. And the Limers now after 7 are 45 for 2. Brathwaite a runner ball 11, and Patrick 17 balls for his 22. We haven't seen the explosive big hitting, but what we have seen is the constant scoring by a pair of batsmen who understand exactly what they're doing.
Kurt. I can't see Chris. Just pull it down so I can get my camera. Oh, okay. Pedro 39 and Leon 38. Use that there for that purpose. Yeah, all right, yeah, that's fine, that's fine. So it's going to be Foster to bowl his final over of his allotment. He'll be bowling to the left-handed Patrick. Patrick, he's on 22 from 17 deliveries, 4 fours. Braffett, he's on 11 from 11. Here it is, stroke up to long off, where Bates just comes into play. So restricting the batters to 1. Just getting a bit closer to that 50-run mark. They're 46 for 2, win over number 8 win.
So the captain, Agard, are going with his off-spinner Foster for his entire spell. At the 1 go.
Well, the tactic that would be used generally from that southern end, usually you know Anthony Morris, he's the man who bowls his 4 from that southern end. But they didn't have Morris today, so this is pretty good work by Foster.
Fairly decent figures so far.
This time that one is hit up to LaFawn. LaFawn's on it, and he drops it. At long off, let's see, could be a bit of an injury as well. That one's hit him full on the forehead. Wayne Holder just looking to see if the medic can get up there. Danger.
Well, yes, looking as that ball slipped through his hands, struck him somewhere on the forehead, and the ricochet, he had the presence of mind to recover the ball and get it back in, but then we saw him react to the blow, and now the players beginning to converge in the area where he is. They're at long off, but a key to that though, Andy, a second chance to Adrian Brathwaite. The veterans could live to regret this. A delivery pitch to Brathwaite, looking to go over the top, and managed to get it straight out to LaFond there at long off. What appeared an easy catch has now resulted in a chance to Brathwaite and an injury to the fielder, Jeffrey LaFond.
I tell you what, we're going to just go over the Kurt as we try to get the nature of this injury to LaFond. Like you said, everyone seems to be going there. We'll try to get the nature of the injury, so we go over to Kurt.
Tough time, we talking about tough time. Tough time, we talking about tough time. Rotoplastics, so fantastic. Tough Tank is our brand. We talking about tough time. Constant supply of water for your home or business. Top Tank is in demand. Give Roto Plastics a call today. Our team will pay you a visit. You'll be on your way. Roto Plastics, so fantastic. Get your Top Tank today.
At Ground Fusion, we turn locally sourced ingredients into bold, satisfying meals for catering events and everyday cafeteria dining. Located opposite Queen's Park in the Ministry of Education's canteen, you can contact us at 835-6897. Ground Fusion, locally sourced, boldly served.
So we're about to resume after that long break. And the unlucky bowler, Andrew Foster, to continue. He'll be bowling to his partner, clubmate, neighbor, good friend, Victor Patrick. And is helped over the head of the mid-wicket fielder just for a single. The substitute fielder, Raymond Auguste, coming into the action immediately, coming off the boundary at deep mid-wicket. So another busy afternoon at the Grantley Adams International Airport. Lots of traffic heading out, as this delivery is wide outside the off stump, and Brathwaite lifts his bat out of the way, emphasizes to the umpire how wide that one was. And one more to the extras. It's 49 for 2 now. The partnership up to 37, as Brathwaite is kept in check, pushes it out onto the outside, and Foster hobbling a little, comes around to field.
So this is good work by Foster outside the off stump. Played into the turf. Here again, Auguste comes into attendance again. So yeah, another dot delivery. Score stays on 49 for 2. We're into the course of over number 8, just trying to close out over number 8. And Foster trying to get through his spell before this. Just 19 runs conceded on 1 wicket. Again, drive to Auguste again in that cover region. So yet another dot delivery. So 8 overs completed. The Limers, they're trying to get up to 168 for victory. They're 49 for 2. Terry Braff, he's on 12. Victor Patrick, he's on 24. Required rate of 9.9 if they're going to get past this total. Kurt.
At Ground Fusion, we turn locally sourced ingredients into bold, satisfying meals for catering events and everyday cafeteria dining. Located opposite Queen's Park in the Ministry of Education's canteen, you can contact us at 835-6897. Ground Fusion, locally sourced, boldly served.
National Energy Company Limited Sports Facility here at Windward, at Woodburn. The final of the 2026 AMAAS Masters over 50s T20 competition. And earlier we reported that the veterans would have won the toss, elected to bat, and they would have tallied 167 for the loss of 6 wickets from their 20 overs. And at the moment, Limers after 8 overs on 49 for 2, with Adrian Brathwaite and Victor Patrick, the pair entrenched in the middle. Patrick on 24 and Brathwaite on 12. We have Sean Hunt bowling the 9th over, his second over after his first over cost an expensive 17 runs. And this partnership for the 3rd wicket worth some 37 runs after the Limers has slipped to 12 for the loss of 2 wickets. This one is gone aerial out towards the mid-wicket. There's a man at the corner coming around to his left. The ball falls inside of him, and the batsman come through for 1, but taking a chance, and the pin hitting into the wind there. Victor Patrick, the left-hander. That brings up the 50 though. 50 it is for the Limers. 2 overs into the 9th over. And now the right-handed Brathwaite will come on strike. We just had a very unfortunate incident in the previous over, bowled by Andrew Foster, where we saw Adrian Brathwaite strike a delivery down to the long-off area. Jeffrey LaFond, the doctor, Jeffrey LaFond at long-off, coming around, and what appeared a simple catch, the ball slipping through his hands and striking him on the forehead. And I think he's got something of a gash. He's had to be rushed away for some medical attention. We hope that he reports well at the end of it, as Sean Hunt bowling his skiddy leg spin sees Brathwaite onto the back foot, hitting it up to the cover sweeper for another single. And the Limers up to 51 for 2. Remember the target, 168. 51. So the left-handed, right-hand pair in the middle. So the adjustment having to be made every time they strike is rotated. And now we're going to see Hunt continuing, Captain Agard behind the wicket, making sure to get his fielders in the correct positions. Here comes Hunt with that peculiar hop and skip, and this one is gone high. It's going to fall well short of run base though at that deep mid-wicket position. For a minute there, the veterans might have thought themselves in business. The ball coming off the top edge and going quite high, but falling just about halfway to that very deep boundary there on the western side of the ground. So just a single to Patrick to move him to 26, and the total up to 52 for 2 in the 9th over, and Hunt will try again. And this time Brathwaite, very adept at playing those deliveries behind square on the outside, just dabbing this one away. There's a man at short third, but he's deep enough, and the ball is far enough to his right to allow for an easy single. So once again, the rotation, once again, adjustments having to be made in the field as the left-handed Patrick comes back on strike. Hunt with the final delivery of his second over. And Patrick is dragging it away up towards mid-wicket. Some hesitation here. They did stop, misfielded by Foster at mid-wicket, but quickly onto it and having his return back over the stumps of the bowler, Sean Hunt. Luckily for the batsmen, they made an early decision to abort the attempt for a single back to their respective grounds. No damage done. Limers 53 for 2 after 9 overs. They require still 115 from 11 overs. Whose game Andy Payne?
I tell you, it's still a required heavy run rate required, 10.45. After some 9 overs, 53 for 2. But the good thing about the Limers, they've still got some wickets in the hatch. It's got the likes of Curtis Innes, who you saw in that last innings, but it was out of his skin, really. And Adrian Braffett given 2 chances. As quite a dangerous player. It's a player you don't want to give chances. Victor Patrick, the informed player for the Limers, he's still very much there. So you think you can't rule them out, really. They've done fantastic to get to this final play. 2 excellent qualifier games, an eliminator and a qualifier, really, to get to this stage of the tournament. So you really can't rule them out.
Well, the question is, can they do it a third time? Still some depth in the batting. You've got the likes of Captain Keith Seal, Dave Eswick, still there. So, Vibert Green, as you mentioned, Curtis Innes. So some
Mike Matthews
batting left in the hut. And now we're going to see, well, the first change from that southern end with Foster having bowled his 4 overs for 19, picking up a wicket. And now we're going to see Mike Matthews picking it up from that far end with the Limers on 53 for the loss of 2. Remember, veterans winning the toss earlier, electing to bat 167 for 6. Mike Matthews to Adrian Brathwaite, looks for the sweep, gets it past the man at mid-wicket. Ball goes bouncing away from Foster, but assistance arrives in the person of Roger Phillips coming in from deep mid-wicket, and they keep it down to a single. So again, Captain Nairgard marshalling his troops. Once again, the rotation of this strike means that there is going to be some adjustment in the field, and we're going to see a long off and a cover sweeper. Those are the deep fielders on the off side. On the leg side, we have the deep mid-wicket, long on, and a man right in that hole at cow corner. There's also the mid-wicket fielder at the edge of the circle, and Matthews is going to come around the wicket to the left-handed Patrick. And Patrick is pushing it into the onside, thinks of going for a single, but quickly moving in from mid-wicket is Leon Lane, and Brathwaite batting with something of a handicap. Not keen on forcing these really sharp singles, but having enough time to regain his ground. Victor Patrick. So a delay as Matthews is ready again and is outside the off stump. Patrick goes onto the back foot, punches it up toward Phillips at deep cover, and the return on the first bounce back to the keeper. It is 55 for the loss of 2 wickets, and Patrick turning over to 27. Brathwaite, who, as Andy told you earlier, would have been missed on 2 occasions by the veterans fielders, as he's driving, nice on drive, getting it to a straightish long on, where Ron Bates patrolling the boundary, picks it up, but Brathwaite dropped by Young at backward square of Foster, and when he was on 10, missed by Lafond. That, as I said, unfortunate injury, the result in the end, but dropped by Lafond. Also, Foster as onto the back foot, hits it hard into the ground, back to the bowler, and can't score. Patrick, it remains 56 for the loss of 2. So a very crucial stage of the innings and the pain. These middle overs, and things certainly quieting down somewhat.
Pull. Man is on the right.
Chance put down by the substitute fielder, Albert Orgies. This time, Patrick, the beneficiary of the generosity of the veterans fielders.
It's Raymond O'Geese on that occasion, the substitute. A ball short there by Matthews and pulled by the fielder was stationed in O'Geese. And he failed to hold on to that one. So another chance goes a begging for the Limers. This time, Victor Patrick, like you rightfully said, 10 overs completed there. Wayne Holder at the end of it, there's 60 for 2. Patrick, he took his tally up to 31, and Braffett, he's on 16. But 3 chances gone a begging. This could be very costly for the veterans in the end.
Yes, the question is how dearly will they have to pay? The refreshment bearers make their way into the middle, and the Limers, after 10 overs, 60 for 2. They require another 108 runs if they are to lift the 2026 championship in the AMAAS Masters over 50s T20 competition. But I can endeavor to do a quick run.
At Ground Fusion, we turn locally sourced ingredients into bold, satisfying meals for catering events and everyday cafeteria dining. Located opposite Queen's Park in the Ministry of Education's canteen, you can contact us at 835-6897. Ground Fusion, locally sourced, boldly served.
Tough time, we talking about tough time. Tough time, we talking about tough time.
Rotoplastics, so fantastic. Tough Tank is our brand.
We talking about tough time.
Constant supply of water for your home or business. Tough Tank is in
We
demand.
talking about tough
Give
time.
Rotoplastics a call today. Our team will pay you a visit. You'll be on your way. Rotoplastics, so fantastic. Get your Tough Tank today.
The back end of the final 10. I can also remind you of the sponsors of this tournament who are making it happen in 2026. Automotive Care there on Green Hill. Jalan's Creations, floral arrangements and fruit baskets. Ricky's Driving School. We got Jameson, the Massey Distribution. The Bubbles Sports Bar on Hastings Mill Road. Terry's Food Truck, those there on Warden Mill Road, and also Savvy on the Bay on Bay Street. Buffy's Minimart and Bar in Inchmarlow, Kermit's Bar on Thornbury Hill. You also have Body Bliss Zone, Bar Inc. They're very much part of us. Keep in Touch Inc. Premier World Cargo Inc. Barbados National Energy Company Limited. Rotoplastics Barbados Limited. Tamarind of the Islands, located in Sky Mall and Quayside. You also got Inventory Management Solutions Inc. Williams Industry Inc. National Sports Council, C.O. Williams Construction Limited, and AMAAS Sporting Services, the sponsors for this 2026 tournament. I can also tell you the championship shield is very much here for the taking. Remember the veterans, the defending champions, they're very much there in a good position to do it for a third consecutive year. The gold medals are very much there. We also have some individual prizes for the batsman with the most runs, the bowler with the most wickets, the best wicket keeper, the best fielder, the player of the finals, and the MVP of the tournament.
And that's a fairly comprehensive rundown as the players get themselves ready to resume what will be the final quarter in this cricket match. The last 10 overs with 108 runs required. And if the Limers are to get anywhere near this target, we are in for truly a very exciting, entertaining last session of a play. Take this opportunity, Andy, to say hello and get well soon to Lana Nurse, involved with one of the sponsors, Jalan's Creations, one of the sponsors for this tournament. And Lana, she's also one of Andy Achilles' favorite people. Andy, what has been revealed to us is anything to go by. So I'm sure that Andy would like to join us in wishing Lana best of health as she recovers from a bout of illness, she tells me. And I myself would like to join in wishing her speedy recovery. We are going to see the Orient Bostic continue play, still not moving in the middle of a fairly lengthy session in trying to get the game restarted. It is with some regret though, Andy. I say it with a heavy heart, about the passing of Louis Linton, one of our very well-known commentators, but even more involved as a cricket administrator, as we see what Andy will refer to as the shot of the day. Magnificent square cover drive from Adrian Brathwaite to get us the proceedings going once again.
Excellent shot that by Oi Brathwaite. Again, over pitch on that occasion by Bostic with an offer. And if you know Brathwaite, an elegant player this time, just getting on the front foot and hitting that one square in the cover region and over the ropes before. Like you said, that's a way to get proceedings going in the second half.
Sorry, we had to break and not comment on Louis Linton, but Brathwaite is down the ground, stroking it to the right of Lane at long on. Moves well and keeps the scoring down to 1. But yes, Andy, the passing of Louis Linton, one of our own, really a hurtful blow.
Hurtful blow indeed. Like one administrator, very much a caterer for all of us who've been around the cricket circles, and as well to all the Yorkshire family, condolences there. The Linton family, very much a cricketing name in Barbados, a household name. Louis Linton, one of our fellow commentators on the radio show every weekend. Condolences to his family and to the whole cricket fraternity. What a loss.
Well, good man Buzz, as he was very popularly known, and I'm sure that Philip Hackett, he doesn't have a mic, but he's here involved in the capacity of the streaming of this match, and I'm sure that Philip will join us in offering his condolences to the, as you said, the Linton family, the Yorkshire family, and that general community in Friendship in St. Michael. Driven hard along the ground by Patrick, fielded by Lane, who for the left-hander is at long off, and the total moves up to 66 for the loss of 2 wickets. The 50 partnership has come up. In the meanwhile, they appear now having added some 54 for this 3rd wicket, as Bostic is in to Brathwaite, and Brathwaite is off the back foot, stroking it straight up to the fielder Foster at extra cover, and there is no run. It remains 66 for the loss of 2. 102 runs in deficit at this point, as Bostic turns at the top of his mark, runs away with us with number 16 on his back, and brings Brathwaite onto the front foot, stroking it, settled for 1, quickly off that cover boundary is Roger Phillips. Swift mover across ground.
Yeah, quickly indeed. He's one of the swiftest movers on the field. Except get into that ball pretty quickly. But this is a good comeback by Boston. Asked to be instruct for 4 in his first delivery. You've seen him get a bit straighter to both batters and just asking them to hit him down the ground.
Well, it will be the left-handed Patrick who comes on strike. Still got his protection in the deep cover, long off. Deep third, then he's got a deep, but the man at corner is right back, and a long on. Right arm over the wicket is ball stick, a swing and a miss from Patrick. Delivery angling across from over the wicket, the right arm bowler, and Patrick misses out.
Yeah, so a good delivery to close out the over. So rightfully said, at the end of 11 overs, it's 67 for 2. Victor Patrick, he's on 32. And with him and Bradford, he's on 22. So the good partnership, like you said, the 50 partnership coming up between this pair. There have been a few chances in there, but no fault of theirs, really. But they're really pushing it a bit deep. The required rate is now up to some 11.2. The current run rate is 6. So they still got quite a lot of asking to go. Like Pedro Aguirre, though, he's got the luxuries of someone like Alan Young to come back. Boston, who's just completed his second 2 overs for 14. And the Willie campaigner and Mike Matthews, he's going into his second, just conceded 7 runs in his first over. So some good resources for the veterans, the Limers. At some point, they'll really have to get the move on.
Well, that rate of 11.22, though it will be of some concern. Not immediately getting too perturbed, I believe, will be the Limers, but the pair at the wicket, as the first delivery from Matthews yields a single to deep forward square. Brathwaite moves up to 23 with that single. You transpose that and you find that Patrick is on 32 and he's back on strike. The total 68 for 2. Again, taking their time in getting the field in place. The veterans, Michael Matthews comes around the wicket to Patrick, now bows the delivery wide of the all stump, struck away down to Young at a backward point bordering on a short third, I think more on the 45 there. And picking up cleanly and having his return, but Brathwaite coming through comfortably for the single. 69 it is now for 2. As Matthews now over the wicket to Brathwaite, who is down the wicket. Cars on the highway, might have been in trouble, but in fact what happened is that Sean Hunt has brought off a tremendous catch, because I thought he had enough to get it over the fence, Andy Payne. In fact, it fell short, but not short of a very swift moving Sean Hunt, who took an excellent catch in the deep. Brathwaite gone, problems for the Limers.
Tell you about Brathwaite goes 23, caught by Sean Hunt. A fantastic catch there. Like you said, taking that one pretty low on the long off boundary. Not getting this timing right on that occasion was Brathwaite. His charm life has come to an end, really. But it brings Innes to the middle. It's a fantastic catch there. Good bowling again by Michael Matthews, not giving Brathwaite that room to free his arms, just keeping him a bit close and tight and trying to go over the top on that occasion. Like I said, not timing it perfectly and losing his wicket in the process.
Well, yes, and Michael Matthews making the critical breakthrough. I think the scoreboard pressure might have gotten to Brathwaite, recognizing that they needed to get that required rate coming more south than north, and looking to go over the top and falling short. Very good catch by Sean Hunt. So the man in the middle was the man of the moment last Sunday for the Limers, Curtis Innes, to the fore.
Yes, he's a man who can strike boundaries at ease. So, again, Matthews, a clever bowler, Matthews. Like I tell you, I look forward to this contest here, really, because Matthews, like I said, a Willie campaigner. He's a very clever bowler, and I would like to see him going up against Innes right here now.
So, 57 added for that third wicket between Brathwaite and Patrick. Brathwaite gone for 23. He faced some 25 deliveries and struck 3 fours. So now it is batting with numbers 333. Famous numbers, Andy.
Chris Gill, you know that number. He's a man who had that score in Sri Lanka as the World Cup goes on in Sri Lanka presently. T20 World Cup is there. Luckily enough, the West Indies doesn't have any cricket. The weather hasn't been very kind to the players in Sri Lanka, as you saw yet another game being rained out there earlier this morning, Wayne.
Well, yes, a crucial game between New Zealand and Pakistan. Both teams picking up a point. I don't think that outcome is something that either team would have welcomed.
Yes, not at all. They want to get those points in the bag. There's a couple of periods that it gives the other two teams in the zone a chance to really get ahead. But then we know it will come down at some point to who can get the most victories under their belt.
Off the back foot goes Patrick. Strokes it up to that man, Roger Phillips, on the sweeper cover. And just trots through for a single. Off the final delivery of the 12th over, and with the runs required now below 3 figures, 8 overs left, and a required run rate of 12.13. And you know, as the game goes on, you change the assessment. And while you were saying that the veterans at one point recently were just slightly ahead, I think they pushed even further ahead now.
Yeah, noses are really going ahead, especially losing the wicket of Braffett. Braffett is one who can strike boundaries and strike boundaries easily. He's now made his way back into the dugout. But I mean, to have someone of Ennis come into the fore at this stage, just a good player to have. What I thought happened though is that Braffett got a bit stuck. It was just that lack of intent. Obviously, he was trying to consolidate, and it allowed the middle bowlers to really get in a good position to set the run rate higher as it wanted to be. Braffett is usually a free scoring player, and as you said, just trying to build that partnership. He just kind of lost his intent and he's lost his flow.
Well, Bostic will continue. He bowled the 13th over, and very slow going by the veterans in the field, taking long periods over getting the field in place. No penalties involved in this competition. We know at the international level there are those impositions for slow over rates.
Well, you got to bring into consideration the pace of movement of the players, like you said that a bit earlier in this tent. So obviously, things of that nature you had to bring into consideration. So I think that's some of the things that would have avoided the penalties when you look at the ages of some of the players and movement in the outfield. So the organizers definitely would have had a look at that.
There's a tournament that says it's cricket played louder. This is cricket played slower. In comes Bostic to bowl to Patrick, and gets the delivery outside the outside, dragged away out to long on. Good work there by Alan Young, moving to his left, and fielding, keeping the scoring down to 1. The return on the first bounce to Bostic, who shows his appreciation for the good work of the man in the deep there.
Good work again by Young. He's been very much involved in this fielding performance. He didn't get any runs with the bat a bit earlier when he had his chance opening up the batting, but he's kind of mixed up with it. He's got that pick up that early wicket for his team. He had a fantastic catch and continues to do excellent work in the outfield.
Ron Bates is going to switch from the fine leg position to third, short third on the edge of this circle, as the right-handed Innis comes on strike. Innis on 1, Patrick on 35, the Limers 72 for 3. Target 168 after veterans batted first and scored 167 for the loss of 6. A top score of 39 coming, I think, from Captain Pedro Agar.
39, yeah. He only in 38.
Struck on the pad over delivery, angling in from Bostic. No appeal from the bowler. The bowler definitely doing too much and missing the leg stump easily. More importantly for the veterans, though, it's a dot ball, and they remain quite precious. The Limers can ill afford too many of them, as a ball stick is into Innes. And Innes goes for a big swing. Struck on the pad, and umpire Cullimore says, yes, you are out. Raises that left index finger. Ball stick strikes another critical blow. And the Limers in some problems. Brathwaite gone. Now Innes gone. It is 72 for 4 with 7.2 overs to go.
Good bowling there by Boston again. Just bowling that ball hard into the pitch, into the stump, and asking questions. You saw Innes trying to swing that one across the line, failing to make any contact. Easy decision there for the umpire, Earl Cullimore, and he's got to make his way back. As then, again, the run rate required continues to climb. It's now gone into the 13s win holder. But as I said, picking up wickets at crucial intervals now. First, it was the wicket of Adrian Brathwaite, and now the dangerous Innes. He makes his way back into the dugout. So further inroads for the veterans. I think they're feeling like they very much have this one almost in their grasp.
Well, if you said Innes is the dangerous Innes, I would dare to say that the next batter coming in, Dave Estwick, is the dependable Dave Estwick. And I think this may very well be the most critical stage of the match, because if the veterans are able to get through this fifth wicket partnership at an early stage, they would have given themselves a definite big advantage.
Yeah, big advantage indeed. Like I said, this is good bowling in the middle overs though. Boston and Mike Matthews. I can't remember the last time a boundary was struck. I'm sure Kamisha be in a position to tell us that. So they've really dragged it back, and with that pressure building, and you see the fall of wickets.
So Kamisha, you have been commissioned to tell us when the last boundary was struck. How long ago was it? That's coming from Andy Payne. So Orient Bostic successful in this over. That last boundary, I'm told, in the just not very long ago, but we've had, well, yes, it was, and the one before that. Well, okay, so it seems a long time, but it's not that long. But Bostic into Estwick, and Estwick is driving, getting it off the inside edge onto the pad. Bostic hands on knees, reflecting on how close it has been. He completes his third over. 3 overs, no maiden, 15 runs, and the 1 wicket, continuing to do an excellent job for his captain. And the Limers now with a required rate of 13.71. They are definitely in need of a couple of heroes.
You need some heroes indeed, but that man Victor Patrick, he's still very much there. 35 off 32. He was there from the beginning, and he's also being the leading batter for the Limers throughout this tournament. But a lot is required of him now if they're going to get his team over the line. Dave Estwick is just moving to the middle one, who you've seen as well in that eliminator, that qualifier last weekend. He had himself a good knot as well. But this is good stuff from the defending champions. They know how to get over the line. They've played an excellent tournament. I think they've lost just 1 game in the preliminary stages all season. And here they are, like I said, asking the Limers to score at 13 runs over for the next 7. This is a big task.
Well, Patrick has been there from the beginning, and he is driving the next delivery from Mike Matthews up to who? Roger Phillips. Like the energetic Buddy moving around that deep cover boundary.
Good work here again by Mike Matthews, asking the Patrick to hit him wide. You see that one wide and pace off outside the Austin, and finding the man at that deep extra cover boundary for just a single. So this is good work by Matthews as he continues in a fantastic spell.
Right-handed Estwick not yet off the mark, and he won't get off the mark this delivery. This one striking him on the pad as he came onto the front foot looking to work it away into the onside. Things have cooled down somewhat here. Andy, the direct sunlight seems to have headed more towards the west. Very pleasant conditions though, and good even light. That's not a problem. And this one is struck in the air, and Foster, I think, falling in front of him. I think you've given him the benefit of the doubt.
I think he got his hands to it
Well, no,
there.
there was a spectator pass in front of me at the very same time.
Yeah, that's the chance. Go on the begging.
So it was a chance going to begging. As down the track comes Estwick and doesn't make contact. The ball strikes him on the pad.
Yeah, good bowling again by Matthews. As his dot ball content continues to be very good. Again, you've seen at least 3 dot deliveries in this over here already by Matthews. So he continues to be economical and builds pressure as the run rate goes up every dot delivery.
Believe it or not, some 42 dots so far in this innings, and we are now into the 14th over with the total now 74 for 4. And Estwick, after having been given that chance, gets off the mark. Single down to long on, and no worries here for the veterans. No alarms for them as long as they can keep the boundary count down, as Patrick strikes this one up to his partner Foster on the edge of the circle at extra cover. Knocks it down. He will not have the strike at the start of the 14th. The Limers now 74 for 4. Patrick on 36. Just about a run a ball from some 35 deliveries, and the Limers falling further and further behind.
It's further and further behind indeed. Like you said, the required rate is now up to 15.6. Like I said, some 6 overs remain. And like I said, Pedro Agar, the captain, have the luxuries of someone like Alan Young to come back into the attack. Again, excellent work by Mike Matthews. 3 overs, no maidens. His ball picked up 1 wicket for 13 runs in the middle period, and that vital wicket of Adrian Braffett. So he's really complimented his skipper well.
Well, Orion Bostic, 3 overs for 15 runs and a wicket, relieved at the pavilion end. And as you mentioned, it will be Alan Young who started with the new ball, a wicket in his first over. And he has come back 4 runs from his overs. And the same Estwick is coming down the track and then having to reach to a wide delivery. Gets it off the bottom of the bat up to Phillips at the cover, and comes to the non-striker's end. Estwick doubles his score. He's 2. The Limers are 75 for 4. And Patrick, who was there at the beginning when Young started with the new ball, he's still there as Young comes back for his second spell. He gets his field in place on the offside. Still got that deep cover, deep extra cover now, moving around to his left.
Our guest is still here.
And the long off fielder, Leon Lane, they're going to push of another fielder onto the boundary at deep cover. So lots of protection in front of the bat on the offside as far as the boundaries is concerned. Just short third and backward point inside the circle. Young to Patrick. Patrick goes on to the back foot. That ball definitely pitching outside the leg stump. Negates that appeal.
Yeah, definitely pitch outside leg stump. What was good again, though, was that the length was good. You could see him playing that one into the pitch. Alan Young bowling that one hard into the pitch. And Patrick trying to pull that one, but it was onto him a bit quicker than anticipated and couldn't get any back on it.
Did it stay down a bit too?
I don't think it would have really stayed on. I just think it was in the length for that shot from Victor Patrick. It really is a ball you should have probably tried to pump down the outside, but you went for a pull.
Outside the off stump, swing, missing, through to the keeper. I recall Patrick playing a similar shot during Young's first spell.
Like you said, correct, he did. But on this occasion, that probably a bit shorter, but this one, the length a bit fuller, and he probably needed to hit that one a bit straighter down the ground.
Obviously, the ball a lot older, not getting that swerve that he would have gotten with the new ball. Goes full and strikes Patrick on the pad. Ask a question of umpire Colin Moore, who signals leg by. Again, that ball striking Patrick on the full, but we are perfectly placed here to witness that ball striking the batter outside the leg stump.
Outside the leg stump, definitely. So another easy decision there for umpire Collymore. But good bowling again by Alan Young, keeping his man close, not giving him that arms or whiff outside the off stump to free his arms, and that's really restricted Patrick.
Well, Estwick yet to really get going. He's two. Only faced the 6 deliveries so far. As the field once again adjusts for the right-handed batter. Estwick batting in a white floppy. Waits for Young. And Young is into the pitch, dragged away out towards deep mid-wicket on the first bounce to the substitute fielder Raymond Auguste. And they get just a single. Estwick up to 3. And the Limers, not with any great intent, not at any great pace. Now 77 for the loss of 4. Gone a bit into a doldrum this innings for the Limers. As Young is into Patrick and pitches up and bowls him right through the defense. But looking for the big on drive. And it was one of those cases where you miss, I hit. And this time Patrick missing, playing over the top of a fine Yorker length delivery from Alan Young. And I think that may very well be what she wrote.
I tell you that one, I can say pretty much on the cards. You can see Alan Young just bowling Patrick close, not giving him those arms on this occasion, getting that one pitched into the perfect Yorker length, and going over that one was Victor Patrick, losing his stumps in the process and losing the 5th wicket, the Limers, 77 for 5. Yet another good over by Alan Young, picking up his 2nd wicket. His figures now reach some 3 overs, no middles, 2 for 6. How good has he been?
Well, the end of what has been an excellent tournament for Victor Patrick, and a third-looking shot in the end, trying to carry his team, but the burden became a bit too much, and there he goes, yorked by Alan Young for 36 of some 39 deliveries to leave the Limers on 77 for 5. He struck some 5 fours in his knock. As I said, along with his bowling, among one of the leading wicket takers and among the leading scorers. And he will be a contender for the MVP, I would like to believe.
Definitely. He also has himself a few catches as well in this tournament, so he should be among the contenders, like you rightfully said. But his tournament, like you said, now come to an end, painfully at the end, not being able to propel his team up to a better run rate. The run rate now is of 18. As you said, Gregory Allen, though, he's the new player. He can get it over the ropes as well, but a lot would be expecting if they could come back from here.
Well, Allen is at the non-striker's end, as Sugar Sean Hunt has been brought back into the attack, driven through the Leon Lane misfielding and allowing a couple of runs. This one outside the off stump, and Estwick looking for the drive and getting it square on the offside. So 2 to Estwick. He is 5. The total 79 for 5. This is the 16th over, just starting. And in his own peculiar style, bowls a flat delivery, faster delivery. Off the back foot goes Estwick and gets it short of the long-on fielder who has to come in and pick up a ball that has already stopped running. Another simple, easy single as the veteran seemingly strolling to the ascendancy. At this stage, of course, this is cricket, and you've got to be careful not to call it too early. 80 for 5, still another 88 runs
28
required. As Hunt into bowl to Allen. Allen hits it in front of the point position where umpire Earl Collymore has taken up residence, and they're going to get an extra run through a wayward return coming in from August in the deep. Ali off with the 2.
Yeah, I haven't seen many blemishes outside of those drop catches by the veterans. The ground field has generally been good, but just seeing that one wayward return there from Ogis, just driving the keeper away to it. He couldn't get to it and overthrows.
The record shows that the veterans lost one match in the preliminaries. Would you be able to recall who they would have lost to?
Yeah, they would have lost to the challengers in the early rounds in the preliminaries. The challengers who had an excellent run. They went through their preliminary games, I think, not losing the game, really, and came into the playoffs and losing that crucial eliminator last week at the weekend. But yeah, that was the one loss that the veterans would have encountered.
Well, they're seemingly definitely displaying that they are, would it be fair to say, the best team in the competition?
But they have to be the most consistent team in the tournament, as that one is driven straight back past the bowler from Dave Eswit for 4. Delivery just flighted there from Sean Hunt and given a good thump down the ground there by Dave Eswit for 4. Bostic couldn't get around to his left to field, so 4 more to the total, taking it up to 87. But yeah, they've been the most consistent team, the veterans, over the period of time that this tournament has been going. They've got a very well all unit. Being able to miss out today are the captain, the regular captain, and Brian Johnson, and Anthony Morris, who's one of the tournament's most economical bowlers, and still to be able to have resources that can put them in this position where they could be challenging to win yet another final. It just tells of the strength and the unity that this team goes together.
Well, Andy, another interesting development, because after striking that Sweetney time boundary, Dave Eswick, like he did in last Sunday's second qualifier, retiring his innings because of a recurring injury and having to come back to the pavilion. Not out, he was at the time Eswick not out on a 10 at a runner ball, but unable to carry the fight on any further. And what he does is he allows his captain, Keith Seal, to come in and fill his space. Sean Hunt into bowl to Seal, struck away to the left of Leon Lane at backward point, and the batsmen are going to come back for a couple as Lane chases it back towards the backward point boundary. So Seal immediately off the mark with those 2, and another expensive over from Sean Hunt. 3 for 33, that's 3 overs for 33 runs, and the Limers with 4 overs to go on 89 for 5.
Yes, Sean Hunt, like you said, probably the most expensive bowler in this period. He was asked to bowl 1 over in the power play by his captain, Pedro Agard. He's also came back for a second over, so over 3 spells is 3 overs, this time coming from the southern end or the roadside end. Still a bit expensive, just a boundary coming up in that over. The first boundary since, I think it was the 11th over, as Kamisha would have told us. But he's had enough support around him, really, that this 3 overs for 33 runs doesn't say a lot in the context.
Well, it is going to be Bostic now to come back. So Captain Agard has done a fine job in manipulating his bowling resources. We did mention that they were a little depleted with the absence of Brian Johnson and Anthony Morris. But I think with what he had left, Agard has done an excellent job. And here we have Bostic, who has been very economical in his earlier spell, coming back now to bowl what commonly regarded as the death overs.
Yeah, into his final over of his allotment and into the death overs. But Agard has used his bowlers very well. Like you said, he's not... he's a very astute captain, one who's led for a long time. I can remember from his back as far as the school days. He was played at the Coaching Park where he was a captain. He led out Maple. I remember being a part of his tutelage under there, actually in 1992 when Maple would have won that first championship. Agard was the then captain, and he's captained throughout his career, through and through, as you can show how shrewd he is here on this occasion.
Bostic to Allen, 1 bounce across the rope. 4 runs, another straight hit. This time Bostic getting it a bit too full, And Aline just clearing that front leg and hitting it straight, leaving the long off fielders with no chance.
Yes, and if you will call this yet another friendly flute, you remember we talked about the Foster and Patrick matchup a bit earlier. This is yet one of those friendly flutes with Boston and Aline.
Pitching up again, Boston. This time the on drive is going a lot closer to Leon Lane at the long on. And the batsman come through for a single. You know, I was observing to myself that it hasn't been very often that I've seen Pedro Agard on a cricket field and he wasn't captain.
That's so true. He's captain throughout his life in all these cricket tournaments. You've seen him in out-of-season tape ball tournaments. So he's always been a captain, a leader. And Pedro, he knows his work. And I tell you, continues to do very well here with his, like you said, depleted resources.
Well, yes, and taking his time. He has been here so many in situations like this. And he knows it's just a matter of keeping his head, keeping his team together and cruising to another top prize money match, top prize money final, as the Bostic is now in to bowl to Seal and drags this one wide of the off stump, and the umpire Colin Moore having no difficulty in assessing that that is a wide delivery, so Bostic will have to bowl that one again.
Yeah, they'll be pretty disciplined as well if you want to tell us how many extras that they've given up. So Bostic just being a bit wayward on that occasion.
Bostic to Seal, and Seal is driving into the covers, gets the single. We've had only 9 extras, Andy. 3 leg byes and 6 wides. So yes, very, very disciplined as far as that area is concerned.
As guest continues to tell about this outfit. See how well that goes together. They know how to win, comes to the big day, and it shows up. They always shows up on the big day. Like you said, just conceded some 9 extras and we're into over number 17.
But I guess winning becomes a habit. Winning championships become a habit. How did your team do in the competition, Andy? As this one is set, it's going to be on the first bounce to Young at long off, just a single.
Yes,
you would have played in the tournament. How did the tournament go for you?
Well, for the team, as the Legends, again, we just got up to the first eliminator, and we would have lost out by 1 run to the Limers team, who had an excellent weekend last week, like you said, into the qualifier stages. So the Legends, not a bad tournament. I think we could have been a bit better, but just some reinforcements needs to be made going into the next season, I'm sure.
Single up to long on, and as for you personally?
Yeah, it hasn't been a good season. My second season in the tournament. First year, I think I had a better tournament. Just 1/2 century in this year's edition, Mike. I don't think that would have helped the team as much as well. But just finishing somewhere in the probably 3rd most run scores from my team, but just below par by my standards.
Bostic to Ali, driven powerfully. Young comes around from long on, does excellently to keep the scoring down to 1. As I hear the music in the background, I believe Andy's ready for us. The 5:30 news is coming up, and we will be rejoining you on our listeners on VOB 92.9 after the news. It's 99 for 5, Limers.
You're doing the stream of grave injustice when you want to.
So it's Hunt. He's been bowling over number 18. First delivery there to Aline. Hit down to deep square leg. Just picking up a single as Young comes in to attendance, getting that ball back into the keeper. So the required rate is now up to 24.
That's
100 comes up for the Limers. 100 for 5 after 17.1 overs. So it's really been a limp by the Limers, really. Still requiring another 68 runs off 17 deliveries win. Delivery outside the off stump by Hunt and played late there by Seal. Should be able to come back for a second. Allen is not interested as Leon Lane gives chase from backward point. So just one more to the total. 101 for 5 in over number 18. Still 67 runs required off 16 deliveries. Required rate of some 25. Allen, he comes back into strike. He's on 11. 7 balls, 1-4. Here is Sean Hunt bowling his final over of his allotment. A flighted delivery into the leg side. Play and a miss. As Gregory Allen just trying to hit that one somewhere deep into the leg side. Can't get any back onto that one. And another dot delivery. Here is Hunt. 3.3 overs, no middens, 35 runs, no wickets. Couple of skips. And then that one peeling off the outer edge. That should run pretty close to the rope and goes over the rope now for 4. Edge there from the leg spinner. And looks like Allen trying to punch that one off the back foot and goes past a vacant third man for 4.
Well, again, the bowler Hunt can consider himself unlucky. As I mentioned, this boundary to the pavilion on the offside, the ball runs faster there than I've seen it run in any other area of the field. And once the edge passes, the keeper no chance for those inside the circle.
But here is Hunt. The ball is back with him. As Allen waits, a flighted delivery driven powerfully up to Long Wharf, where Ron Bates is in attendance. A little bit of a bubble. They're looking to come back for a second. Is Seal and gets it comfortably in the end. Just a ball, just a bit of a bubble up there at Long Wharf from Ron Bates and capitalizing on the misfield.
Another 2. As I said, I would love to have a statistic on the number of 2s that have been scored or that are scored in this competition.
It's quite another 2s, like you said, bring the arms into play. Remember, a lot of feeders don't have that bullet arm, as you saw from Curtis Innes when the Limers were in the outfield. As here is Hunt bowling his final delivery in his spell. A delivery full and driven and missed his true to keeper Pedro Aguirre, so closing out his spell with a dot delivery. Sean Hunt, 4 overs, no maidens, none for 41. Over number 18 has come to a close. The Limers 107 for 5.
Kurt, wake up.
Tough time, we talking about tough time. Tough time, we talking about tough time.
Rotoplastics, so fantastic. Tough Tank is our brand.
We talking about tough time.
Constant supply of water for your home or business. Tough Tank is in
We
demand.
talking about tough
Give
time.
Rotoplastics a call today. Our team will pay you a visit.
Here is Young outside the outside, and you see him going for a big hit. It's going up to Foster, who takes the catch. So the 6th wicket goes down for the Limers. Captain Keith Seal trying to hit that one somewhere over the top, not getting his timing right, and just taking an easy catch there in the cover region is Foster as the Limers goes further adrift.
Well, the desperate situation calls for desperate measures, and that was some desperation there by Captain Seal. Almost an impossible task, and just offering a simple catch to Foster there in an extra cover. So he goes Seal, caught by Foster of Young for 5 as Alan Young picks up his 3rd wicket. Has been a match-winning spell of bowling by Alan Young.
Very much so. He's been given the license really to open up the batting. He failed to capitalize today. He went without scoring, but here you saw him come back with the ball, being entrusted to open up the ball as well. Some 3 over for his 1 ball, 3 for 6. He also took that excellent catch in the outfield. So he's really the man who set it up really for his team, the veterans, as they look to be closing out on this here. With 61 runs required in 11 deliveries. Derwin Thompson, he's the new batter, makes his way into the middle. Required rate is going up to 33.
Number 8.
Belatedly in Derwin Thompson. Here he is to face up to Alan Young for the first time. A delivery outside the off, something wise signal there by Earl Collymore. Just trying to get that one on that line. That return crease was Young, but just firing a bit outside the off stump. Too wide as that one goes through the keeper Pedro Aguirre and rightfully called a wide. Just want to say good evening to the Welsh fans. They're still very much here with us. Wayne Holder, as this one is played behind square by Derwin Thompson. 1 is all it'll be. The Welsh will very much be here for the duration of the day.
Yes, and we are back with the final formalities very much ahead of us or before us, because the Limers now just ebbing, not necessarily flowing to 109 for 6. There's some 10 deliveries left, and 59 more runs would have been required to win. I think that has gone out of the picture now. Derwin Thompson, who came at number 8, is there on 1, and Gregory Allen picks up another single now to move to 18, and they total to 110 for 6. They would have lost. The wickets of Keseel are caught by Andrew Foster of Alan Young for 5 while you were away. And we also lost Victor Patrick for 36, bowled by Alan Young for 110 for 6. And another win on the table for the veterans. And there have only been 2 winners of this competition in its history, and the one aberration as far as the veterans are concerned is the year that the Limers won.
The Limers will be the only other team, like you said, that would have lifted the trophy in this tournament. But coming here for a second consecutive year and not being able to get over the line against the veterans. The veterans, like you said, a very well-run unit, a very experienced team, and they got some very good resources.
Well, Alan Young, driven by Derwin Thompson, straight up to Foster at extra cover, and Young on the threshold of magnificent bowling figures with what will be his final delivery, if it be a legal one. He's bowling to Thompson. Thompson is in defense. Young at the end of 4 overs, no maiden, 10 runs, 3 wickets. A fantastic spell by Alan Young, and making a very, very significant difference, or the significant difference between these teams.
Well, this is a statement spell, like you said. 4 overs, no middens, 3 for 10. Just picking up that early wicket in his first over and really setting the Limers back. Like if you can say, he awarded a big spell in the final. This is a big spell in the final. Alan Young really coming to the party and really putting the veterans in the strong, strong position as we go into the final over. Still 57 runs required there. This is all formalities. It looks like Mike Matthews. He is the man who's going to be entrusted to bowl the final over. He also bowled very well today, Matthews. So between him and Young, they've really put the veterans in a strong, strong position to lift yet another title.
Mike Matthews, right arm over the wicket. Gregory Allen, right-handed batter on strike, comes onto the front foot and searches for a very well-flighted delivery by Mike Matthews.
Yeah, really contender there is Mike Matthews. I told him I wanted to see him in this spell there, in this final. He's the one who's very clever. He changes his pace very well, varies his pace. You can see him just asking the batters to try to hit him into the far side of the ground and just sometimes just deceive you with that quicker delivery that runs on with the arm.
And he comes again. Matthews down the wicket comes Aline and goes high out towards deep mid-wicket. Again, it's going to fall short of Roger Phillips, who has the return, a very good one, strong return from there in the deep. And the batsman can't even contemplate a second run.
Yeah, the strength of Mike Matthews again, like I said, asking the batters to challenge that far side of the mid-wicket region. We call it the fan, really. Again, coming into the slow, no pace on that one, asking Allen to do all the runnings with it, and he wasn't able to get it over the boundary.
Well, Thompson just satisfied to nudge it around. Just drops this one into the onside and trots through for a single. The breeze has died down somewhat. Really love, still a very pleasant evening. And the crowd has really come in the support. Here is Aline, as if to show us that it is possible, has gone through the fan, over the fan, and out of the ground it goes for a massive six.
Well struck on this occasion there by Aline at the end, just taking pace out of that one, but a bit fuller on this occasion, and Aline getting all his leverage through that one, hitting it with a far away, a long way over that mid-wicket region for a six, so he picks up a boundary in the process. So 2 fours and 1 6 takes his tally up to 25. A good knock by him, but albeit a bit too late.
Well, 25 off 15 balls. He is looking to finish with a flourish and building momentum for next season. Here he goes again, out towards a deep square leg, over the boundary, at deep square, another maximum. As I said, building momentum for next season and finishing with something of a flourish.
This is the type of player that he is. Again, flighted delivery into that leg stump, but getting a lot of bat onto that one, hitting it over square leg for yet another six. But Matthews, that type of player, you know he's got the runs to play with. And again, I'm sure he'll be flighting this one again, Matthews, just because he wants to see his man hold out.
Well, he's got a lot of runs, 43 runs with 1 ball left. Down the leg side as Allen comes down the pitch, doesn't make contact, turns and heads towards the pavilion, concedes defeat to the veterans, winners one more time, defending their championship here in the 2026 AMAAS Masters 50 over 50s T20 competition. Limers 125 for 6 in reply to the 167 for 6 made by the veterans. The veterans getting home by as many as 42 runs, a comprehensive victory and another successful season for them. Let's look at some of the numbers for you to bring the scorecard into perspective. And as I said, starting requiring 168 for victory. The Limers lost Michael Agard, caught at the wicket by Pedro Agard of Alan Young for no score. Victor Patrick was eventually out-bowled by Alan Young for 36. Ken Mears was caught by Alan Young, bowled Andrew Foster for 6. Adrian Brathwaite caught Sean Hunt, bowled Mike Matthews for 23. Curtis Innes leg before wicket to Orion Bostic for 1. Dave Eswick retired not out, retired hurt on 10. Keith Seal caught by Foster of Young for 5, leaving Gregory Allen not out on 31. Derwin Thompson not out on 2. Winston Gittins and Vibert Green did not bat. 11 extras, 3 leg byes, and 8 wides, a total of 125 for 6 from 20 overs. Alan Young, 4 overs, no maidens, 10 runs, 3 wickets. No more needs to be said about that. Andrew Foster, 4 overs, no maiden, 19 runs and 1 wicket. Sean Hunt, 4 overs for 41 runs. Orion Bostic, 4 overs, no maiden, 25 runs and the 1 wicket. And Michael Matthews, 4 overs, no maiden, 27 runs, 1 wicket. Victory to the veterans. Congratulations to them and the management. Of course, the substantive captain, Brian Johnson, the stand-in captain for the day, Pedro Agard, and all the other principals involved. Of course, the tournament itself, another success for the AMAAS Sporting Services. and all the teams on the pen. I think you speak on behalf of the players having participated in the tournament as a player and also doing some duties as a commentator, and I will leave the final word with you.
Another excellent tournament win. Like I was said, kudos to the organizers. I can tell you on behalf of all the players who have participated in this 2026 edition, it was a very excellent run competition. I must give kudos to the ground staff who all season made sure that we had some excellent tracks. The umpiring throughout the tournament was excellent as well. We must give it to them. And our excellent statistician, Kamisha, every weekend, very, very efficient at making sure that our scores were very much up to date. We also brought this stream this afternoon again from the Flash Drive Media in association with DK Media, and they've been very much involved in this tournament for the duration of 2026, doing an excellent job, Philip Hackett and team. We can also DK Media Plus, I must include the plus there, but very much so. All the players, I'm saying, like excellent performers throughout the tournament. You've seen lots of runs being scored in this 2026 tournament. As we come down to a climax, I'm sure we'll be looking forward to going into a presentation ceremony pretty shortly here. Yourself, Wayne, things are getting very much there. Commiserations really to the Limers, as we say, congratulations to the veterans for yet another excellent victory, and that's fantastic year, lifting the championship for a second consecutive year.
Yes, Andy Payne, thank you so very much for being part of the broadcast here, not only today, but previously. And I think you've got some duties on the other side as far as the presentation of prizes are concerned. The boogeyman is here with us, and we're going to leave the final word, Andy. You can take us out on the music of DJ Kurt Harewood. All yours, Kurt. Andy, that's it from me, from the Woodburn ground. Yeah, that'll be
Roto Plastics, so fantastic. Tough Tank is our brand.
We talking about tough tank.
Constant supply of water for your home or business. Tough Tank is in
We
demand.
talking about tough
Give
tank.
Roto Plastics a call today. Our team will pay you a visit. You'll be on your way. Roto Plastics, so fantastic. Get your Tough Tank today.
At Ground Fusion, we turn locally sourced ingredients into bold, satisfying meals for catering events and everyday cafeteria dining. Located opposite Queen's Park in the Ministry of Education's canteen, you can contact us at 835-6897. Ground Fusion, locally sourced, boldly served.
Call for Andy Payne. Call for Andy Payne.
Stay there. That's my girl. She's right. Yeah. You good? So very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As we come to the AMAAS Sporting Services presentation ceremony, I give kudos to Anthony Morris, the man who's put this all together, the man in charge of AMAAS. So this presentation with the over 60s tournament. Remember, we have had two segments to this tournament. The over championship would be played a bit earlier in the year. We have Neil Weeks of CO Williams Construction. He's going to start our presentation. I'm Andy Payne. I'm going to be running the presentation ceremony. We have our MVP for the tournament and the over 60s, Victor Patrick. He's a man coming up to collect his first. Totals of 65 on. He's also going to collect Bubba's of Adrian Jones of Bubba's. He's here to present that MVP. So Donna, she's another presentation to be done to Victor Patrick, and also Neil Weeks Construction. He's going to present this trophy to Victor Patrick, the MVP of the over 60s competition with scores of 65. Now give it up to Victor Patrick. We're going to ask Keith Steele, the champion captain of the Warriors. Neil Weeks, he's the man who's going to do the presentation as well. The over 60s champion for the over 60s. The Warriors, the captain, collecting his shield from Neil Weeks of CO Williams Construction. There's also some medals to be collected on behalf of the Warriors, and Keith Steele wants to say thank you to Neil Weeks. Congratulations to the CO Williams coming on board for 2026. So if so, Captain Keith Steele, he's going to ask all his players of the over 60s to come forward to collect these medals. Keith? You're going to ask Mark Steele. Mark, he do this presentation. I'm sure you could just come in. The Captain Keith Steele collecting. Keith, if you could just come over here for a second, please. You can call your players quickly.
We have Cumberbatch, MVP Patrick, we got Winston Warren, Cam Gittins. We have Robert. Gregor and Edward Ince.
Thank you very much, Captain Keith Steele. Champions, the Warriors of the 60s T20 tournament in 2026. We're going to ask Mr. Norman Rice to come to us, Mr. Rice, as we go into the presentation of the over 50s finals this afternoon. The Premium World Cargo, represented by Norman Rice. He's very much here with us. We're going to ask the umpires of today's final, Mr. Ezra Marshall and Mr. Earl Collymore. If you guys can come up to collect your tokens on behalf of Norman Rice, Premier World Cargo, Inc. Also, if you can ask Dave Eswit, our head curator, to come forward, as well as Kamisha Wilson, our scorer, if you guys can come forward as well to collect the tokens of our appreciation. So I have our umpires for the final, Earl Collymore and our good friend Ezra Marshall, very much. Our head curator in Dave Eswick, putting together some excellent pitches. Everyone knows attest that we had some fantastic pitches. The outfield was immaculate throughout the tournament. And Dave as well, thank you for the work well done throughout the season. Our ever efficient score, statistician Kamisha Wilson, coming forward to collect her token of appreciation from Mr. You going to stay, Norman? For Norman, he's going to stay with us for yet another presentation. So good work there from Premier World Cargo, being one of our main sponsors, and Norman Rice just that for us. Norman stays on with us a bit louder. So our best feeder. You also have Barb to come to us. Body Bliss, if you guys can come forward as well with Norman. So of Bubbles come forward as well. So best feeder in the tournament, and this is to Andrew Foster, the veterans. Andrew. So you go ahead. So this trophy by Norman Rice goes to Andrew Foster, best feeder. You also have Andrew Foster. You still have some more collection to be done here. You have Steve of Barb. You have Donna of Body Bliss to present to Andrew Foster. And Adrian Jones of Bubbles also to present to Andrew Foster his of the tournament. If you guys can stay as well, we've also got the wicket keeper, or best keeper, Cedric Best of the Challengers. He collected his prize of 4 catches throughout the tournament for the best wicket keeper. To continue to pass in Challengers here, you can collect on behalf of Cedric Best. Haven't seen Cedric. No, he probably will come forward and collect on behalf of Cedric Best of the Challengers. Someone from the Challengers, Mark, just to collect on behalf of Cedric Best, who's not here. So, Norman. So you have Mark Steele standing in for Cedric Best, his teammate from the Challenger. Norman to Mark. So this for Eve Niles, Donna, Body Bliss, and Adrian Jones of Bubbles. Mark, on behalf of
Try again. Try this one.
So we're going to ask Emerson Bascom, acting director of the National Sports Council, to come forward. He's going to do the presentation for our next set of prizes. And this prize goes to the bowler with the most wickets. Alan Young right here, bud. And this player is Alan Young. Excellent performance today. Alan Young, the bowler with the most wickets. He's going to collect his prizes from Emerson Baskin of the National Sports Council. He's also going to collect from Adrian Jones here of Bubbles, Donna of Body Bliss, and also Steve Niles of Barb. Bascom, you stayed with us for a bit longer. Congratulations to you, Alan Young, bowler with the most wickets. So we got the batter with the most runs. That player would have been Brian Johnson. Brian Johnson, 319 runs in the tournament. I'm sure Mr. Johnson is not here, but someone from the veterans definitely will come forward to collect his prizes on the behalf. The manager, you can come forward and collect on Brian Johnson's behalf. Mr. Merritt, he's going to collect from Mr. Bascom of the National Sports Council. Acting Director Bascom. Thank you, Emerson. Adrian Jones, come back, Mr. Merritt. Bubbles, Representative Adrian Jones. Donna of Body Bliss to collect as well. Mr. Merritt, just stay put. Challenges. Flip it, just tell me. And also, Steve Niles of BARP. You have Brian Johnson's prizes being collected by the veterans manager, Mr. Merritt. Congratulations to Brian Johnson, 319 runs in this year's edition. So if we ask Mr. Kelman of Kermit's, Adrian Kelman, if you can come forward, Mr. Kelman. And we need a representative of challengers. Is Captain Lashley here? William Lashley. He might not be here, so it seems like Mark Seeley. Mark Seeley, you're going to be entrusted to collect on behalf of challengers. Third place prize in this tournament. The challengers placed in third in this year's edition, collecting from Kermit's. Thank you very much, Adrian. We go now. Second place team. Sean Seeley of Jameson and Massey Distributors and Adrian Jones of Bubbles. If you guys can come forward again. So player of the eliminator. Victor Patrick. Just come to forth again, Victor. The player of the eliminator, Victor Patrick, collecting his prizes. Sean Seeley of Massey and Jameson and Adrian Jones of Bubbles. Just tick off, keep ticking off. You tick off. Man. Player of the match for qualifier 1. This prize goes to Leon Lane. And if these guys can come forward again. Sean Seeley and Adrian Jones, Leon Lane. Player of the match of qualifier 1. Player of the match in qualifier 1, Leon Lane. That's Sean Seeley of Massey and Jameson. And Adrian Jones of Bubbles. You guys just need to stay put. Congratulations to you, Mr. Lane. Who's the player now? Second player of the second qualifier, player of the match, Curtis Innes. In the semi-final, that is Curtis Innes. If you can come forward to collect your prize, Curtis. Again, asking Sean Seeley and Adrian Jones to do this presentation to Curtis Innes. Excellent performer, even being injured in that semi-final game. Congratulations to you, Mr. Innes. Thank you, Sean Seeley. Thank you very much. Adrian Jones. These guys are losing the sequence. Sean, just stay in sequence. So, what we got? If we had some Kermits to come back, Adrian Kelman to come back. We got today's player of the final, and that performance 3 for 10 from 4 overs. Alan Young. Alan Young to collect his prizes. Adrian Jones. Donna of Body Bliss. Steve Niles of BARP. and Adrian Kelman of Kermit's. Thank you, Sean. Appreciate it. Okay, now it's the Honorable Mr. Garner, the most honorable. That will be you. You deserve your flowers, my friend. So the most honorable Joel Big Bird Garner here to present to Captain Keith Seal of the Limers, losing finalist in today's encounter. Keith, if you can just come forward to collect from Mr. Garner. Let's say we should give it up to the Limers. Play some fantastic cricket to get into today's final. Two enthralling eliminators and qualifiers to get here. Unfortunately, today they couldn't cross the line. So, the MVP of the tournament. And this one goes to Victor Patrick. If you can come forward, Victor. So, Steve here again with us. Bubbles with us. Stand by with us. Mr. Garner to present to Victor Patrick, our tournament MVP. Victor, you're also going to collect some prizes here on behalf of BARP. Steve Nels, actually first to start with Donna of Body Bliss. Come back to Mr. Victor Patrick collecting on behalf of Bubbles. I think Victor doesn't think his basket is big enough to carry all these prizes, so you want to get off. And also from BARP. Congratulations to our tournament MVP once again, Victor Patrick. So Joel stays with us as we get into the big one. If we can ask all the players from the veterans to come on with us. Donna of Body Bliss, you can stay with us, Donna, to help Mr. Garner here. So Captain Pedro Agard, if you could come forward with your players, please. Captain Agard, come forward. Just ask all your players to follow you closely. And these championship medals to be presented by the most honorable Joel Garner. Pedro, you stay with me for a bit. I think everyone will know the players. Mike Matthews. Winston Warren. Andrew Foster. Sean Hunt. Ron Bates. Roger Phillips. Alan Young. Orion Bostic. Leon Lane. Mr. AMAAS himself, Anthony Morris. Fireworks Edgel, Tony. And a manager, Mr. Merrick. If you're going to contact, stay with us, Mr. Garner. That's Captain Pedro Agard to come over here to be presented with a cash prize. King. And the 2026 Championship Shield for the second consecutive year. The Terry's Food Truck veterans collecting on behalf of the championship team is Captain Pedro Agard, standing in today for Brian Johnson, collecting his prize from the most honorable Joel Big Bird Garner. It's a pleasure to have Garner with us, and Donna of Body Bliss. Another excellent leader in tournament in 2026. Pedro Agard, if you can get your team to come together for a photo. Get for a photo for this championship 2026. That is it from the presentation ceremony. On behalf of everyone here present, signing out plus and let's talk cricket, anything cricket. This is the final from us here this afternoon.
Tough time, we talking about tough time. Tough time, we talking about tough time.
Rotoplastics, so fantastic. Tough Tank is our brand.
We talking about tough time.
Constant supply of water for your home or business. Tough Tank is in
We
demand.
talking about tough
Give
time.
Rotoplastics a call today. Our team will pay you a visit. You'll be on your way. Rotoplastics, so fantastic. Get your Tough Tank today.
At Ground Fusion, we turn locally sourced ingredients into bold, satisfying meals for catering events and everyday cafeteria dining. Located opposite Queen's Park in the Ministry of Education's canteen, you can contact us at 835-6897. Ground Fusion, locally sourced, boldly served.